Good evening and welcome to the Morris Township Planning Board hearing for July 21st, 2025. We'll be starting the hearing. I have to just do a few official things to make this legal. The legal notice required in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act has been satisfied, and a statement certifying same will be executed. I ask everybody to please rise for a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sonia, will you give us a roll call?
Please turn on the microphone.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barrett.
Here.
In order.
Here.
Mr. Nunn.
Here.
Mr. Rabbit.
Here.
Mr. Benoit.
Here.
Mr. Quillen.
Here.
Mr. Riglia.
Here.
Mr. D'Alessio.
Here.
Ms. Laney. Here. Mr. Warner.
Here.
Mr. Bush.
Here.
Councilman Santiago here.
Great, thank you. I'm going to turn to our first item of under resolutions, the Red Bull Arena resolution. Mr. Warner, will you tee that up for us?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, the board will recall this was an application proposing the installation of cameras and antenna systems around the field. It was an amended site plan and variance approval. And hopefully our resolution accurately memorializes the board's approval. Our resolution accurately memorializes the board's approval of that application.
Okay, does anyone have any questions on this resolution before we look for a motion to approve? You get a motion to approve.
So moved.
Get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Hope we could do roll call.
Sorry, roll call.
It's in order.
Yes.
Mr. Rabbit.
Yes.
Mr. Benoit.
Yes.
Mr. Quillen.
Yes.
Mr. Riglia.
Yes.
Mr. D'Alessio.
Yes, thank you. We'll move on to Springbrook Country Club resolution. Mr. Warner?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, that also was an amended site plan and variance application for the construction of a clubhouse addition improvements to the existing patio terrace with other related improvements. And since we're batting 1,000 so far, hopefully we can continue to do so. And hopefully that was an accurate memorialization of the board's approval of that application.
Any questions or comments from the board on the resolution? Seeing none, could I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second.
Seconded and approved. Any discussion? Sonia, can we have a roll call?
It's in order.
Yes.
Mr. Rabbit.
Yes.
Mr. Benoit.
Yes.
Mr. Quillen.
Yes.
Mr. Riglia.
Yes.
Mr. D'Alessio.
Yes,
So moved.
great. Moving along to Lynn Horowitz. We can get Mr. Warner, if you wouldn't mind introducing this for us.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, although I'm a little hesitant, I'm 2 for 2, but we're going to go for 3 for 3 now. And this was not an amended site plan or variance. This was a minor subdivision, as the board will recall, creating one additional lot. And as with the prior two resolutions, hopefully this also is an accurate memorialization of the board's approval of that application.
Any questions on the resolution or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Yes.
I knew I wasn't going to bat 3 for 3.
It's not the insertion of a word. It's on page 15, item number 13. It's in the list of petitions, I guess you'd call it. And it says, to the extent that such an agreement has not been entered into previously, the applicant shall enter into an agreement or an amendment to an existing agreement with the Township of Morris for maintenance and operation of a stormwater management improvement serving the property. I don't think this property requires any stormwater management improvements, so it just seems like something not to burden Ms. Horowitz with.
Well, that is correct, and I frankly think, well, it's best to leave it with our engineer, Mr. Boyce, who is here. He can speak to that if he wishes, but occasionally we do have conditions of approval that carry forward to a lot of different applications, and they're not always required. It's more to ensure we have it if we need it, as opposed to the contrary, which would be problematic. But that said, if there's no need for it, and we could get confirmation of that now,
I'll ask our engineer to opine.
Based on the history of the development of the property, it could be removed, or in leaving it, it would be an indication that any facilities that are on the property would be maintained in perpetuity.
maybe it'd be prudent, if I may, Mr. Chairman, we can add, if determined to be required by the township/board engineer. And
I think
I think that would be.
That works, right?
It's where we're
It
covered.
says shall.
So,
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Can I get a motion to approve as amended?
Motion
to approve?
I'll second.
So you're going to insert that language.
yep, will do.
So we have Tanya Van Order approved, Chief Nunn seconded. Roll call orders, Tanya? Sonia, sorry. Keep looking at Tanya.
Porter,
Yes.
Mr. Nunn,
Yes.
Mr. Benoit,
Yes.
Mr. Quillen,
Yes.
Mr. Biglia,
Yes.
Mr. Alonso.
Yes.
So moved.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Sonia. All right, now we're going to move on to public hearings. We have our first public hearing is the Morris Ketch Road LLC site division, subdivision. I'll let Mr. Warner tee this up for us and give us some history on how we got here.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, I'll do my best for the benefit of the board, members of the public, to answer the question, how did we get here? Provide some historical context, both with respect to how we arrived at an application for a 50-unit, 100% affordable housing project, as well as how that project was sited at this particular site, the county-owned, currently county-owned land behind the ARC and other special needs housing and other low and moderate income housing. And I'm going to take us back on the journey, if you will, to 2017, 8 years or so ago, when we obtained through a settlement agreement our judgment of compliance and repose and met our third round affordable housing obligation. And we continued, as we do today, to be immune from builders' remedy lawsuits, forcing us to have even greater densities of development in locations we have no control over whatsoever. That was the case in 2017 and 2022, fast forwarding 5 years to 3 years ago, while we were enjoying that immunity from builders' remedy lawsuits, we had a situation involving the former Honeywell site, the board will recall, most were involved at the time, where a portion, about 80 acres, if I recall correctly, in the center of the former Honeywell project and tract, that general development plan had to be amended. It provided for office as a non-residential housing. We added through supplement additional zoning for a facility that would accommodate the Red Bulls state-of-the-art facility at that location. After doing so, Fair Share Housing Center took the position that we had to increase our affordable housing obligation in the third round by approximately 200 affordable units, which would translate to about 1,000 total units. As we know, in what we call inclusionary housing projects, with a market rate component of 4 or 5 to 1 of the affordable units, we were looking as a municipality at about a 1,000 unit obligation to add to our already significant third round obligation. Without boring everyone for the history of that litigation, suffice to say we were vigorously defending it, made motions to dismiss. To some degree, regrettably, we had a similar case going on at the same time in front of the same judge involving Madison Township and the Drew University Forest. And we watched them, and they did not do well in that litigation. And a determination was made to settle that litigation so that we did not have a 1,000 unit obligation and the benefit of 3 years of costly litigation on top of that. But we had a 50 unit obligation, 1/20th of that magnitude. Or put another way, we would have been facing 20 times that 50 unit obligation to satisfy or continue to satisfy our third round. So that was a significant development at that time. We were able to amend our judgment of compliance and repose through that settlement agreement, and we moved forward. Now, why? That's essentially how we arrived at a 50 unit, 100% affordable housing obligation. It was, in essence, in large part to avoid a 1,000 unit obligation. Additionally, how did we arrive at this site? I don't know if everyone recalls or knows, but this site is owned by the county, and the county entered into discussions with the township back as far as 2012. Now I'm going back, I'm going to do the hard math, about 13 years. And it was considered as a possible site for affordable housing, given at the time in 2012 and 2017, we were looking at potentially a 1,000 unit obligation as a township, at least 800 units, if not maybe 1,000. We were ultimately able to reduce that to what we call an RDP of 400 units, and we ultimately were not, we did not have to back in the third round, back in 2012 and 2017, utilize this county-owned land. However, because of that commitment that was made by the county, and because of the fact that we had a 50 unit obligation as a result of this settlement, the county stepped up again and offered to allow the township to, in essence, get the land and transfer it to the 100% affordable housing developer, which results in a variety of things, including the fact that it saves, I think, the township at least $1 million, if not more, dollars, and all of us corresponding tax ratables, or excuse me, tax assessment of those dollars, because the land is being contributed by the county, not having to, for us to purchase it. And it also allows for the project to indeed be a 100% affordable project and only 50 units rather than a market rate unit project, which would be 5 times that amount or 250 units. And the site is what it is, owned by the county, and the location is behind existing special needs and affordable housing. So that is how we ultimately arrived at the site. I wanted to answer the 2 questions. How did we get here? 100%, 50 unit, 100% affordable housing project. How did we get here? This particular site. Now, having answered those 2 questions, and as this board knows, we've over the last 6 months or so gone through a process in the with this, as well as our 4th round, where we have designated this site an area in need of redevelopment because it qualifies as such, and it allows for the potential for low-income housing tax credits so that the township and the residents of this township ultimately have to pay little, if anything, for this project, as opposed to an inclusionary project, to go forward. But now that I've spoken about the site, and I've spoken about how we've arrived at this particular site as a municipality, given our obligations, which are statutory. It's from the legislation, from the legislature. There's nothing we can do about it other than the best we can with it. I want to remind the board that our jurisdiction at this stage is not unlimited. Okay, as you know, we are a planning board. The site selection comes to us. How we arrived at this site, or whether there's some other site that somebody might want, is not within our jurisdiction. It just simply isn't. It would be illegal for us to consider that. Also, we have a redevelopment plan ordinance that, by law, the local redevelopment and housing law, governs the zoning for this site. So we are subject to that legislation. We cannot legislate from the bench, so to speak, as a quasi-judicial body, this board. So we must abide by that redevelopment plan. And as I understand it, this is a subdivision application as well as a fully conforming site plan application, conforming with that redevelopment plan. The only deviation being not with the redevelopment plan, but as I understand it, with the municipal land use law, that the lot does not front a street, on a street. And to remind the board, when that occurs, the primary, if not exclusive consideration for the board is the emergency access sufficient? And we're privileged to have our fire official on the board. Amongst other board members. So with that refresher of the historical context, as well as a reminder legally what we can and cannot consider, unless there's any questions from the board, what I can do is confirm with respect to the board's jurisdiction, the notice that was provided, and then we can hear from the applicant, and I could swear in all the witnesses when appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Great job. I just want to ask anyone on the board, any of the board members, if they understand clearly what's before us tonight. They were just talking about a site plan application, not about how we got here. Is everybody good with that?
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, I would like to take Mr. Warner up on the notice aspect. We did hear a bit about that at the Township Committee meeting, so to address it here might answer some questions that members of the public might have.
Sure, I'll opine on the notice.
Yeah, just, does anyone else have any questions about where we're at tonight? Okay, then, Mr. Warner, why don't we proceed and give us the notice and ask the applicant to get started?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. I did, as always, with all our applications, review in detail the notice that was provided. The content is sufficient. It meets with the municipal land use law and the local redevelopment and housing law requirements, and then some, frankly, as far as content. And as far as timeliness, it was certified mailed on July 9th, published on July 11th, both at least 10 days prior to this evening, which is the jurisdictional requirement under the municipal land use law. So in short, which is funny for me to say because I rarely am very short in my speech, physical stature maybe perhaps, but the board does have jurisdiction to hear and decide the application based upon the timely notice and the sufficient content therein.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ravitz,
I'm
is that
good.
satisfactory?
Yeah.
Great. So let's have the applicant come up and present their case.
Good evening, Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Nicole Madziak, Magdziak, of the law firm Day Pitney, here this evening on behalf of the applicant, Morris Ketch Road, LLC. As you heard from Mr. Warner, we are here this evening seeking both a minor subdivision approval and preliminary site plan. What makes this application maybe a little bit unique from other site plan applications that you've heard is that we are only seeking preliminary approval at this time. So that does mean that we do have to come back to this board for final site plan approval. We cannot construct anything based on a preliminary approval only, but we are specifically bifurcating this particular application because it is a 100% affordable housing project that we are seeking HMFA state funding for. So the requirement for that funding at this stage is to have preliminary approval only. So that's the purpose behind bifurcating the application. So our task here this evening in the context of a preliminary site plan approval is to provide sufficient information for the board to make the determination that we have met the preliminary site plan requirements and that the project is feasible based on things like traffic and circulation and the environmental constraints on the property and those sorts of details, which our experts will present this evening. So in connection with the minor subdivision, which we will speak to first because it sets up the property on which the development will occur, We are seeking to subdivide Lot 1.01 and Lot 1 in Block 1901. As Mr. Warner has previously stated, those properties are owned by the County of Morris. We did have their consent to file this application, among other agreements with the county related to this particular development. The property that we are proposing the development on, as you'll hear this evening, we are calling proposed Lot 6, and that is the lot designation that the tax assessor has provided to us. So if you hear us talking about Lot 6 in the context of our development, that is the lot after minor subdivision. And so if you're looking at your paperwork saying, well, why aren't we talking about 1.01 and 1? It's because Lot 6 is what will result after that subdivision. There are the only improvements that are proposed outside of Lot 6 relate to the access drive that's already there, and that's really just maintenance and updates to that portion of the property, which you'll hear. It's not new development in terms of buildings or stormwater or anything else related to our particular development. As you heard, we are proposing a 50-unit, 100% affordable project. The project will comply with the UHAC requirements for the bedroom distribution, which we'll have detailed testimony on this evening as well. We do have two witnesses with us this evening. Mr. Keller of Bowman Consulting, who many of you may recognize from other applications. He has appeared before this board many times. He will be testifying as our civil engineer, our traffic engineer, and our planner. He is licensed in all three, and we will certainly qualify him when he is called, and we intend for him to be our first witness. And then our second witness is our architects from Inglace Architecture, and they will be speaking to the general building design and also the floor plans. As you'll hear from them, we are proposing 3 buildings for these 50 units. One is a 3-story building to the rear of the property, which will contain 24 units, and then the other 26 units are split up in a 12-unit and a 14-unit 2-story building towards the front portion of the property. So we do have some exhibits here this evening that are colored versions and an aerial photograph of what was submitted to the board. So we'll also mark those as we are presenting them as well. We have the benefit of being logged into the Zoom, so we can put them up on the screen, and we also have boards if it's helpful for some people to see it that way. So with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Keller up as our first witness.
Yeah, before you do that, I'd like to just ask, can Mr. Keller give all 3 of his disciplines at the same time? And then what I'm going to ask is that we'll have the professionals, our board members, and the public ask questions of him on all 3 of his disciplines. There's a lot of people here, and I know that this is timely for everyone, so I want to try to move this along. Not that we're in a rush to finish, but we want to just be efficient as possible. So we're going to ask Mr. Keller, but what I'd like to do before that is I'd like to ask our attorney to swear in all the witnesses as well as our professionals.
Will do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have our applicants' witnesses as well as our board professionals to my right and left. Do all of you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner.
And if I understood correctly, Mr. Chairman, you meant the board and members of the public and board professionals will await Mr. Keller's testimony in its entirety on all 3 disciplines before asking questions. Is that
Yes, that's the way we'd like to proceed tonight.
correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are prepared to proceed in that manner this evening as well.
Great.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to be back.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm
sorry, just as a reminder for the public who may not have been to a planning board meeting before. So this witness will give testimony on the 3 disciplines. So I ask you to hold your questions until we open up the floor for questions from the public. So just as a little housekeeping item. Thank you so much.
Mr. Keller, can you please, for the benefit of the board, just briefly provide your background and education so we can qualify you in the 3 disciplines of civil engineering, traffic engineering, and
I'm going to help Mr. Keller out. He's been here a number of times. Is your license in good order?
Yes, both my professional engineer's license and professional planner's license in New Jersey are current and in good standing.
Okay.
And just for the record, the traffic engineering part is a specialty that I have testified many times on before this board. It is not a separate licensure or licenses professional engineers, but that covers my site civil experience as well as my traffic experience.
Sorry.
Yes, please, Mr.
Yeah,
Warner.
no, and we don't mean to limit you. If you want to put your qualifications on the record, you certainly can. In an
I-
abbreviated format.
I've done it many, many times. I want to kind of move this along as Mr. Alessio has indicated.
Okay, then you're an acceptable witness.
Thank you, sir. So I want to give a brief overview first, and then we're going to talk about the minor subdivision. So the tract is known as Block 1901, Lots 1 and 101, which are located on Ketch Road near its intersection with West Hanover Avenue. We are seeking minor subdivision approval and preliminary site plan approval. As indicated, we're seeking to create a new lot, Lot 6, which is made up of a piece of Lot 1 and Lot 101, which are both owned by the County of Morris. Lot 101 is leased to Arc of Morris. The area of the proposed Lot 6 is 3.54 acres, which exceeds the minimum lot area within the redevelopment plan of 3 acres. Access to proposed Lot 6 will be via an access easement across the remainder of Lot 1, which is an existing paved driveway that currently serves Ketch Road Field and the playground thereupon. That existing driveway intersects with Ketch Road opposite Manor Drive. The proposal is to construct 50 units, of which 14 units will be for supportive housing, which is a subset of affordable housing and will be for Arc Morris and for developmentally disabled through the Bergen County United Way. As indicated, this is a 100% affordable housing development. Most times we're coming before you to talk about an inclusionary housing development. There is no market rate units on this site. It is 100% affordable. The proposed development is compliant in every way with the bulk requirements, excuse me, that are set forth in the Ketch Road redevelopment plan. Now, if we can go to the minor subdivision, put that up, okay.
And Mr. Keller, just for the record, this is the minor subdivision that was submitted to the board.
That is correct. That was prepared by a licensed professional land surveyor in my office. I have reviewed it.
Can you give us the last revised date just so we can reference it?
Over on the
It
right.
usually requires zooming in.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Covered by the. Okay. The last revision date is July 8th, 2025.
Thank you. It does not have to be marked as a separate exhibit.
This was submitted as part of our application to the board.
More than 10 days ago, so therefore it doesn't need to be separately marked.
Thank you. Proposed Lot 6 is being created by subdividing 1.86 acres from Lot 1. Lot 1 is a approximately 109 acre parcel owned by the county. There'll be 107.3 acres left over when assuming approval of this subdivision, and it is taking 1.68 acres from Lot 1.01, which is the Morris Arc lot, which is currently 3.02 acres and will be a 1.35 acre remainder. In addition, there is a proposed access, sidewalk, and utility easement over the balance of Lot 1, which will provide access to this parcel, will accommodate a sidewalk that is being constructed as part of this project, as well as utilities that will run through the existing roadway. There is also a drainage easement. This drainage easement is in the northeast portion of the proposed lot, and it's actually in favor of the ARC parcel. The ARC's drainage currently goes onto the Housing Authority site, which is at the corner of Hanover Avenue and Ketch Road. Now that portion where that storm pipe goes is not going to be on their lot, we need to provide a drainage easement so they can continue to discharge their stormwater runoff across this new lot onto the housing authority lot where there's already a drainage easement. Also, this site needs relief from the municipal land use law, as this site does not have frontage on a public street. And that relief is required from 40:55D-35, which requires that the site or any site have frontage on a public street. Now, as I just indicated, there is a proposed access easement across the remainder of Lot 1, which will provide access. So there is a viable, a usable, and a reasonable access to this property across the remainder of the county's lot out to a public street, that being Ketch Road. And that access is more than sufficient for the residents, for visitors, delivery vehicles, and most importantly, for emergency services. This is expressly permitted as part of the Ketch Road redevelopment plan. Now, the municipal land use law in the subsequent section after 35 in 40:55D-36, where it states that enforcement of section 35 would entail practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship, the planning board may permit this subject to conditions that will provide adequate access for firefighting equipment, ambulances, and other emergency vehicles necessary for the protection of health and safety, and that will protect any future street layout shown on the official map. Well, there is no other street in the area, so we're not preserving a future street, but it is my position as a professional engineer and a professional planner that this access driveway that will connect from Ketch Road to the project site will provide more than adequate access for emergency services. Further, this access is the most direct and appropriate access to this parcel and is how it was crafted and set forth in the redevelopment plan for this tract. So what I'd like to now do is go to the existing conditions, Ariel.
Mr. Keller, just before we jump to the existing conditions, one item related to the minor subdivision is that if the minor subdivision is approved by this board this evening, we would have a requirement to record the minor subdivision deed within 190 days of a resolution memorializing any decision that may be made this evening. So we are seeking approval for a 1-year extension of that minor subdivision, which this board is permitted to grant based on the fact that this is a bifurcated preliminary and final site plan application. We will know in that time period whether or not funding has been awarded for this particular project and would be proceeding with the final site plan application within that time period. So instead of coming back to the board in less than 190 days to seek that extension, since we know we're going to need that at this time, we are requesting that from the board this evening as well.
Mr. Warner, any comment?
No, it would, in my opinion, from a legal perspective, be appropriate to ask for, knowing that it's going to be required rather than wait 185, 189 days to come back to this board, because we do have the circumstance where if there's an approval this evening, the minor subdivision would be approved, the clock would start ticking immediately, but it's reasonable to assume the final approval may not come until after 190 days. So the board has the authority and the jurisdiction to do it, and from a legal perspective and arguably a common sense perspective, it makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Warner.
Thank you. Mr. Keller, I will pull up.
Okay, perfect. So what we have done,
Do a
oh.
separate share. Here we go.
I don't want to get ahead of everybody here. We'll wait for that. There we go. No, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Move this box.
So in the center of the aerial, and Mr. Warner will have to mark this as Exhibit A1. This is entitled Existing Conditions Aerial, prepared by my office, and I can't read the date if you could read that.
July 17th, 2025.
Thank you. The subject parcel that is being sought for development is kind of a hammer-shaped, outlined in yellow in the middle of the site that says project site. The site, as you can see, is currently vacant. Historically, it was used for farmland, but it has not been used as such for many years. There is successional growth. There are some wooded areas that have cropped up. There's also in the southwesterly portion of the site, the Camford portion of the property, there are a small area of wetlands that come onto the property, which have been delineated by our wetland scientist, and we are proceeding with the letter of interpretation from the DEP for that. They have examined the what we call the landscape project. What are the types of flora and fauna in this area? And they are very confident that that wetland is a intermediate resource value wetland and has a 50-foot transition area. The existing uses, and I'd use my pointer, but it doesn't work on the TVs. So to the east of this site is the existing Morris Ark. There is a single-family home just to the right of that, and then you have the Housing Authority property at the corner of Hanover and Ketch Road. You have a solar field, and then further west is the Morrisview Healthcare Center, as well as other county facilities. The topography of the site, the runoff from this site, currently runs in the northeast direction, which means it goes onto the Housing Authority property today, and it will continue to do so, though in a managed form, under the proposed conditions. So that is the property, that is the 3.54 acre parcel that we are seeking to develop. So we can go to the site plan. The site plan is entitled Site Plan Rendering, prepared by my office, also dated July 17th of 2025. And what we've done is taken, so this will be Exhibit A2 with today's date, is we have superimposed our site plan drawings, which you all have, colored those areas into the aerial that was used in Exhibit A1. So those portions of that 3.5 acre site that are being left undisturbed, the wetland area in the southwest corner of the site, an area where the ARC's drainage system goes through this new lot onto the Housing Authority site, are shown with the underlying area. So we're not going to touch those areas. The green shading areas are the limited disturbance associated with this development. Now, we are proposing, as shown on here, 3 buildings. Building 1, which is in the northwest corner of the site, the furthest from Ketch Road, is a 3-story building. And then buildings 2 and 3 are 2-story buildings. And then near the southeast corner of the site, near the ARC home, is a clubhouse and play area.
And the clubhouse is 1 story, correct?
That is correct. So the bedroom breakdown for this project is 10 1-bedroom units, 27 2-bedroom units, and 13 3-bedroom units. The parking requirement as set forth in the redevelopment plan is 1.5 spaces per unit, or a total of 75 spaces. As far as where the supportive housing units are within the 3 buildings, I'm going to defer to our architect, and he will get more into the look of the buildings, the floor plans, and so on. Now, we're all familiar with the state legislation that was adopted about 4 years ago for electric vehicle charging equipment. Residential projects, multifamily residential projects are required to provide 15% of the required parking as EV. A third has to be built at the outset of the project, a third within 3 years after that, and the final third 3 years after that. For this project, 15% of 75 rounds up to 12 EV charging stations. 1/3 would be 4, so we have 4, 4, and 4. And they are shown on the site plans. They are located proximate to each of the buildings. And we also receive I'll call it a credit, a reduction in the required amount of parking for up to 10% of the required parking because of the EV. So in this case, we get a credit of 7 parking spaces. So technically, our parking requirement for this project is 68 spaces. That all being said, we're providing 89. So we're providing almost 1.8 spaces per unit. The supportive housing units in discussions with our team, on average, about 1 in 10 of those supportive housing units have a car. So most of those 14, we're going to have 1, maybe 2 vehicles associated with those 14 units. So that leaves 36 units that would be regular family units, low, very low, low, and moderate. We are providing a sidewalk system within the community. There is sidewalks across the frontage of each building, adjacent to the parking area. Those all interconnect, connect to the house, and then we're extending, bless you, that sidewalk down to the existing sidewalk on Ketch Road. There's an existing sidewalk on Ketch Road across this property. Matter of fact, at this location, it actually crosses Ketch Road to the other side, to the east side of Ketch Road, and works its way down almost to Lake Road. Doesn't quite get there, and it flips back and forth across Ketch Road a couple of times. To the north, it runs across the Morris Ark property. It runs up to the first driveway for the housing authority, and then it stops. So it does not provide access to Hanover Avenue. At Hanover Avenue, there are crosswalks on all 4 corners. There's landings there. We have had some preliminary discussions about, is there an ability to extend that sidewalk? And those discussions will continue with the township as we move forward. But for now, we're providing a connection from these 3 buildings out to Ketch Road to the existing sidewalk. And that sidewalk actually, for a portion, runs adjacent to the driveway, and it runs off on a separate path so that we can provide an accessible route down to Ketch Road. So that's why it veers off away from the driveway so that we can provide an accessible route for that sidewalk. And that sidewalk is part of the overall access sidewalk utility easement that I talked about with the minor subdivision. All of the proposed the proposed access driveway and the internal streets are 24 feet in width, which is compliant with the residential site improvement standards, RSIS, that governs all residential development within New Jersey. It has for now 28 years. There are 2 15 by 20 foot refuse and recycling enclosures. They're masonry. One is to the southeast of Building 2. One is to the south of Building 1. Those will provide accommodations for all of the residents within this community. There are sidewalks that lead to those, so they will be able to access those. We have also prepared a fire truck circulation plan for the township's aerial truck. This we will also have to mark. This is Exhibit A3, entitled Truck Turning Plan, Sheet 1 of 1. Keep panning down. Oh, you're gonna have to move your, it's right above the Bowman. There should be a date in there.
June 10th, 2025.
We generally, A3, thank you. We use accepted software. We do this a lot. You've seen me testify to this before. And we show a fire truck, an aerial fire truck coming in from Hanover Avenue, making the right turn into the site, negotiating the driveway, making the turn into the site, and being able to make a K-turn back by Building 1. There is sufficient depth on the on that hammerhead to accommodate the movement of a fire truck. And that is compliant with RSIS. RSIS only requires that there be a means of turning a vehicle around. It does not require a cul-de-sac. We just have to be able to allow any type of vehicle, refuse truck, to be able to turn around. This would also be similar to the route that a refuse and recycling truck would make. We haven't modeled that because that vehicle actually is a little smaller and more maneuverable than the fire truck, has less overhang. So if we can get the fire truck around, we can get the refuse truck and any other type of single unit truck through this development. We are proposing a project monument sign, which is proposed along Ketch Road on the south side of the existing driveway. That sign is 24 square feet in size for the legend. It's a 4 by 6 foot panel with the name of the project, Residences at Morris Woods. It is on a stone base and it has a total height of 6 foot 4 inches. The sign is set back 5 feet from the Ketch Road right away, which complies with the redevelopment plan. The site, as pretty much any site in New Jersey, at least in northern New Jersey, we have some topography on this site. We have used, this is a good plan because it shows it pretty clearly. There are a number of retaining walls that we're proposing around the retention basins behind Building 1 and along the parking area back by Building 1. This doesn't show the, we have another, and one by Building 2. Thank you. This doesn't show the other bioretention basin, which is behind Building 3. And that also has a retaining wall. So maybe we go back to the proposed site plan, if you don't mind, which is Exhibit A2. No. Yes, A2. The walls are fairly modest in height. They range from a maximum of 2.5 to just under 6 feet. They are proposed with fences on top, post and rail fences with mesh to provide the necessary fall protection on the top of those walls that exceed the required height. Stormwater. Stormwater is something we spend a lot of time on. This is categorized as a major development as set forth in the township ordinances and also under the state regulations as set forth in NJAC 7:8. As such, and it's a major development because we're disturbing more than 1 acre of property and we're creating more than a 1/4 acre of new impervious. We have prepared a stormwater report dated June 20th of this year on how we've met those requirements. The requirements set forth provisions that we must reduce the rate of runoff for now 6 storms to 50% reduction for the 2-year storm, the storm that has a general occurrence of 2 years, 75% for the 10-year storm, and 80% reduction, a 20% reduction, 80% of what the current runoff is for the 100-year storm, we have to reduce it to that amount. When I talk about 6 storms, we have the 2-year, the 10-year, the 100-year storm. Under today's precipitation levels, the state also requires us to look at that rainfall that they expect to occur in the year 2100. So we're planning for the future. And this project will provide the necessary reductions in the rates of runoff for each of those storms. Now, we are meeting that in a variety of manners. Stormwater from the site will be collected at inlets. It will be conveyed through pipes. We have 2 bioretention basins, one by the clubhouse, one behind building 3. And on this site, we are also using pervious pavement. All of the parking spaces will utilize pervious pavement. And what pervious pavement is, the water runs, when it rains, the water goes through it. There is a stone bed beneath that. We have each one of those pavement areas has a control structure that the water flows into, and then we meter it out, and then they go to the 2 bioretention basins. Those bioretention basins have a soil mix in the bottom. They are planted, heavily planted, which provide water quality. We have to provide water quality treatment to remove suspended solids to a level of 80% reduction in all of the motor vehicle surfaces. That's the driveways, the parking spaces. So that pervious pavement, those materials will be trapped in the pervious pavement. The driveways will be captured in both the pervious pavement and in the bioretention basins. And we also are required, so we have quantity controls, which are the reductions in the rates of runoff. We have water quality, where we're improving the quality of the water that is running off this site. And then the final aspect of that is groundwater recharge. The site is wooded, so we have to provide for groundwater recharge. Even though we are in a metropolitan planning area, we have to provide that recharge back into the ground. And that is being met both in the pervious pavement areas and in the bioretention basins. So that's our story on stormwater. The bottom line is that there'll be less runoff at a rate of runoff from the site, which goes through the Housing Authority property onto Hanover Avenue and eventually down into the Whippany River. So we are managing it in accordance with the township's ordinance as well as the state regulations. Now, we are also providing other utilities to serve this site. We have water, which is provided by Southeast Morris County MUA. We are in the Highland Woods zone of Southeast Morris's system. There is the Highland Woods tank, which is up Hanover Avenue. It has an overflow elevation of 1,000. Our site is just under elevation 600. So there is quite a elevation change. Obviously, there is system losses as the water runs from that tank down through this entire water system within this community, serving this community. And I know the fire department is looking for flow tests, which we will get from Southeast Mars. We don't have them yet, but I'm confident, given where that tank is that serves and supplies water to this system, to this portion of the system, that we'll be in good shape. We are currently proposing to connect to an 8-inch main in Ketch Road. We're continuing to have discussions with Southeast Mars. Generally, and we've done a lot of work within their service area. A lot of times they will want a hot box. As Ms. Laney knows, we've done that a few times before in other communities. And they're not the most attractive thing, but we can manage that. We can shield it. But we're still discussing with Southeast Mars how they want us to deal with the water. Our initial thought is that we'll have a hot box on Ketch Road. The water will be served for this whole community through that hot box, which meters and controls the flow into the site to serve both fire flow for this project as well as domestic. The residential site improvement standards establish water demands for these type of units based upon the bedroom count. Based on that data, this project will generate a water demand of 7,525 gallons per day on average, which is fairly modest. We will provide fire hydrants through the community. We'll discuss that with the fire department, as we always do, to locate them in the most appropriate locations and to meet the needs for the buildings and for the fire department. There is, moving on to sanitary sewer, there is an existing sanitary sewer main that runs through the site from the north, going to the south, that has a couple of existing lateral connections for the Morris Arc building and for the K-9 facility, I believe. We will have to relocate that, realign that, because currently it goes right through building 2, and we don't want to do that. So part of this project will relocate that existing sanitary sewer. Each of the buildings will be connected to that sanitary sewer, and it will continue to convey sewage to the south, to the Butterworth plant. Well, to the treatment plant that the township manages. And that will include the clubhouse. The clubhouse will be sewered as well, and that'll be also connected to the sanitary sewer. The sanitary sewer demand is calculated based upon DEP regulations, which require different flow rates for us to use. And based upon the DEP rates, this project will generate 11,475 gallons per day. Electric, telephone, cable will also be brought into this site from Ketch Road. All of those facilities will be placed underground and will come in and serve each of the buildings. We'll talk about lighting for a little bit.
Mr. Keller, just
yes.
before we jump to lighting, on
Yep.
the utilities, because this is just a preliminary site plan only, in your professional opinion, as you've described for the board, utilities are available and it is feasible to get them to the site, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
We are proposing full cutoff, high efficiency LED decorative lights. They will be on dusk to dawn. They have a mounting height of 14 feet. The average intensity in a parking area is just over 1 foot candle, which is fairly nominal, but appropriate. It will provide sufficient lighting for the residents, for guests, and for emergency services to be able to illuminate the drive aisles as well as the parking lot. We are also extending lights down the sidewalk, down along the access drive out to Ketch Road. We have a we're proposing a light at the intersection of the existing driveway and Ketch Road. All of the street light.
Street.
These
continue,
are
Mr.
14, the light is 14 feet in height, much less than the lights that JCP&L puts on the utility poles. It is a single light at the intersection so that we can illuminate the intersection, so anybody driving along Ketch Road will be able to see that there is a vehicle there. It's my opinion that this provides an adequate amount of light appropriate for a residential community. We're not trying to overlight the area. And it provides appropriate illumination throughout the site itself. Landscaping, we have provided a very thorough and comprehensive landscaping plan, which incorporates a mix of shade, ornamental, and evergreen trees. That includes maples, oaks, serviceberry, hollies, and arborvitae. 36 in total. In addition, we're providing over 100 deciduous and evergreen shrubs, as well as a number of ground covers and other plant material. And that is outside of the bioretention basins. We have a very detailed planting plan for the bioretention basins, because that is a requirement of the regulatory requirements to make those bioretention basins provide the benefits that they're supposed to of absorbing pollutants, suspended solids, and uptake of runoff. Want to touch on traffic a little bit. When we do traffic studies, we use the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, the 11th edition. It is a compilation of data collected throughout the country for residential projects. The database is extensive. When we look at this from a peak hour perspective. Now, the peak hour is the 60-minute period, sometime generally between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., when traffic is expected to be at its highest. It's not the total amount of traffic that will be entering or leaving the site. It's that traffic that this project will generate in that 60-minute period. Happens again in the afternoon peak hour, which generally occurs from 4 to 6 p.m. Now, based upon the ITE data for 50 units, and I wanted to be conservative, I used the 50 units because while the supportive housing units generally have a very low auto ownership, they may have other support services that will be coming to the site. Generally not in the peak hour, but I wanted to be conservative. So based upon the ITE data, those 50 units in the morning peak hour would generate 20 peak hour trips, 5 in, 15 out. In the PM peak hour, it would be 26 trips, 16 in, and 10 out. Now, both the ITE, the DOT, and most agencies, when you look at traffic volumes of that small magnitude, we don't generally do traffic studies for projects that are less than 100 peak hour trips. Some communities, some counties require us to study it for 50 trips. We're less than half of that, of 50 trips. We're a quarter of that or more of the 100 peak hour trip threshold. The amount of traffic that would be generated by this development is consistent with the use of that driveway, will not have an operational impact upon the traffic flows along Ketch Road. We've looked at site distances from this driveway at Ketch Road, and they are more than sufficient There is clear sight distance in both directions to see approaching vehicles, whether it's from Hanover Avenue or from Lake Road. Obviously, this aligns directly with Manor Drive. There's clear sight distance to vehicles coming down Manor Drive. So the operational characteristics of this are more than adequate to accommodate the traffic that would be generated by this project. Now, as we go through the approval process for this project, as we go into final site plan, hopefully sooner rather than later, we also need approval from the Morris County Planning Board, which we actually have submitted for at this point, because we want to get that squared away, since the county does own the property. We need approval from the Morris County Soil Conservation District, which looks at soil erosion, measures that are required as part of any development in the state. We will also have DEP with the letter of interpretation, and we'll need a transition area averaging plan. We're going to reduce the buffer in a certain area, increase in another, which is very standard actions, approvals required from the DEP. Sewer will need approval from the township for the conveyance system for the wastewater plant, and also from the DEP. For the water, we only need approval from Southeast Mars. They have a master permit, so we don't have to go to DEP for that. We deal with Southeast Mars, which we have been in discussions with. And I think I've covered anything. Did I miss something, Nicole?
No, and in terms of the outside agency approvals, those are all the standard agencies that whether we're seeking preliminary approval only or preliminary and final that we would anticipate needing as a condition of approval.
That is correct. We would need all of those, regardless.
And Mr. Keller, we were in receipt of review letters from the fire department and fire chief based on we have one site inspection report and then also their full report. And we are in receipt of a review letter from the TCC committee and also from SMCMUA. So if we can just, I believe we touched on everything in those review letters. The fire department review letter had 4 comments relating to the fire apparatus access and turning radii. We presented the truck turning template plan in order to address the comments relating to how the truck would be able to navigate the site, correct?
Correct. And we'll submit that to the fire department so they can review it in greater detail.
Fire hydrant coverage, we will work with the fire department to not only cite fire hydrants, but in terms of location, but also number. So whatever the fire department recommends, we are agreeable to installing. Water supply and pressure, Mr. Keller, you had noted that we don't anticipate any issues with the water pressure, and flow tests would be available in advance of final site plan.
Correct. We'll work with Southeast Mars for that. I don't think, knowing the water system in this area, that we'll have an issue with it, but we'll confirm that so we can, assure the fire department they have sufficient pressure.
And the last comment related to emergency access road and the recommendation of a secondary road. Can you please just touch on that and the feasibility of providing a secondary access?
Certainly. Let me take a step back. First, under the residential site improvement standards, we're not required to provide a second means of access. However,
Emergency access.
I'm sorry. Second means of access, emergency access, we provide sufficient access. However, with that being said, we have looked at preliminarily making a connection to the housing authority. And you can see the end of the drive aisle between buildings 2 and 3. The grades work. It does not impact on any of their existing parking spaces. We just need to make sure that they have no objections to having an emergency access driveway between the 2 properties. That lot is owned by the housing authority, and we have started to reach out for that, but it is physically feasible.
And we would anticipate providing reinforced grass pavers that could accommodate emergency vehicles, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And-
And we can delineate that. I've seen it a number of ways, delineators, landscaping. Again, we can work with all the parties involved on how best to do that.
And we are currently addressing the SMC MUA
Yes,
review letter that we received dated July 18th, 2025, directly with that agency, correct?
that is correct.
That's all we have on direct for this witness.
Okay, we're going to open up the questions to our professionals first. And then we're going to go to our board members, and then we're going to invite members of the public to ask questions. Questions are for this witness only. Questions are on civil, traffic, and planning testimony only. No, I'm going to just ask and reiterate, nobody should be giving us comments or opinions. These are direct questions about the testimony to clarify for everybody's understanding what the witness testified to. Mr. Warner?
Chairman, just for the benefit of the members of the public, there will be an opportunity after questions are asked of both witnesses for them to make public comment under oath, correct?
That is correct. Thank you for
Thank you.
adding that. Okay, so I'm going to ask our engineer if he would like to start with any questions. And again, just to remind everyone, and since we are a big audience and a large group here, just ask that everybody kind of focus on the fact that we don't want to have repetitory questions. So if you could listen to the questions that are being asked and the answers so that we don't have repetitory questions, it'll drag on the process. Thank you.
So we'll start regards to existing conditions. I believe we have an exhibit for it.
Exhibit A1.
Yeah, and so with the existing conditions in the project site area, and your testimony noted, the historic uses of the area is woodlands, farm.
Yeah, the phase one environmental report that was done said historically it had been used for farmland. Obviously, it has not been used as such for a while, and successional growth has come up, which are the wooded areas, shrubby growth, and things like that.
So that phase one environmental assessment was able to address full understanding of the site's existing land cover, the density of the woods, as well as then the presence of the intermediate resource wetlands.
The wetlands are not in the phase one report. The same environmental consultant, Ecol Sciences, also did a wetlands investigation, and as part of the LOI application in the transition area averaging plan that we will be submitting, there will be environmental reports. It's a requirement of the DEP approval process.
Right.
So, which will look at the conditions of those wetlands and the adjacent areas.
And that would also include the habitats and understanding of the species in the area.
Correct.
Correct.
They have done that, and based upon their review of that data off of the DEP's database, they're very confident that this is an intermediate resource value wetland, which has a 50-foot transition area.
And the proposed improvements are limiting the disturbance to only the transition areas.
Correct. All we're doing is reducing it in part and increasing in other parts, which is the way the averaging plan requirements are set forth. We can reduce it to a certain degree. We have to provide a equal or greater amount of compensatory area of a similar character. And since that area in the southwest portion of the site is generally the same, it is a similar character.
For the benefit of the board, just the line of questioning is directly related to establishing the facts of our EIS requirements and our code, and that the environmental portions of the project, including the existing species, land cover, are all fully vetted as part of the application process to DEP for the wetlands.
Thank you.
I think turn to the proposed condition. I guess it was Exhibit A1, I believe.
Proposed conditions is.
Yeah, that'll suffice. A2. A2. The discussions on both A2 as well as in the turning exhibit for the fire truck saw the adequacy of access in and out of the site, both in the proposed lot improvements as well as then through the existing corridor of our driveway to the recreational fields. My assessment of that driveway is that the driveway is in a fair condition. It is worn, but it does have consistent width. And in your review of the area, did you find that the consistent width provides ample room on both sides of the vehicles to make those turns?
I believe so. And I mean, this would be, when this goes into construction, we'll monitor it. If we have utilities in that roadway, we'll have to restore that existing driveway. I agree with the characterization that it is in fair condition.
So with the existing topography in that roadway, fairly minor sloping into the property, relative ease of access for all sizes of vehicles.
Correct.
And so
I mean, it slopes gently down from Ketch Road and then flattens out. And then we will be sloping up into our site.
So based on the nature of the utilities that may disturb the area, and then also consideration for the timing of current fair conditions and future timing of construction, would it be reasonable to work with the municipality on extensions of milling and paving of that area?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. The sidewalks coming from the facility out to Ketch Road, those are more notably in the green area on the exhibit, correct? They separate from the roadway itself?
Correct. From the clubhouse, within the site and past the clubhouse and the first part of the access drive, they run parallel to the internal driveways, the existing access driveway. As we get closer to Ketch Road, we veer off. And that is to provide an accessible route. There is some topography in that area, and we're seeking to connect to the existing Ketch Road sidewalk just at the boundary line between the county lot, Lot 1, and the park lot 1.01. So
that-
it will come down and connect in that location.
So we'll have improved ADA accessibility into your subject site, but also to the intersection of the driveway for internal intersection of the parking lot, the rec facilities, and the proposed affordable housing.
That is correct, yes.
So there'll be accommodations at that intersection for the public to access that walkway and separate the traffic of vehicular traffic to both the existing recreational fields and the development from the pedestrians that may be accessing it otherwise.
Right, I mean, that sidewalk is on the Lot 1. I mean, it's not limited to the residents of this community. It can be used by anybody to come in to get to the playground, to the field there at Ketch Road.
Right.
So that would be available for anybody.
Right, and that improvement, as the existing conditions being that the access to the driveway to the recreational fields does not include separate sidewalk access, so that access is currently down the driveway.
That is correct. Or, in the grass adjacent to that driveway. So we are providing, a general improvement for pedestrian accessibility into that property.
With regard to the stormwater management, you indicated it's a major development, meeting both the standards for the green infrastructure stormwater rules, but we also referenced the 6 design storms of the current and year 2100. So just for the clarity, we're also then speaking to the latest amended 2023 inland flood protection rules.
Yes, we are.
And as a entirely new construction of development, I would find that you're also going to be consistent in your current stormwater approach with the anticipation of the late 2025 to 2026 tidal flood rules that they may amend the major development definition. Did you find that?
We believe so. I believe today the DEP introduced a notice of substantial change to those rules. The precipitation rates that are in the 2023 rules have not changed. So the impacts of the pending rules should not have really any impact on the stormwater for this site. At least in this area.
Sure. Yeah, no, I would agree in both the quantitative and qualitative assessment of the types of improvements that are being proposed, how they're distributed through the site. And with that, for the board's understanding, on a preliminary approval, we've reviewed the content of that stormwater system and that design, find it substantially in conformance. And at this time, it's the threshold of our endorsement of the stormwater system as proposed for preliminary approvals. At a later date, when they seek final approvals, we'll be addressing some of the ins and outs of the specifics of operations and maintenance manuals, other requirements for de-recordings, mutual reciprocal easements with the municipality for access, et cetera. But find that content of the design, the extent of details in the design is sufficient for preliminary. And the lighting at the entrance, as we were discussing in the lighting plan, there's average intensity of lighting, 1.1 foot candles throughout parking areas and a maximum of 4.8. Find that to be consistent with most parking areas and appropriate. As we look at the existing driveway intersection to Ketch Road, the light you mentioned was for the purpose of illuminating the driveway for both wayfinding to restrict vehicles from U-turns in neighboring neighborhoods, as well as then for visibility of the potential conflict with the vehicles in and out and pedestrians on the street.
That's correct. We like to illuminate the intersections where people need to make decisions as to approaching vehicles and so on. So that's why we provided a light in that location.
And the intensity of the light in that area is consistent with the intensity of lighting for parking areas and driveways, access to those types of facilities.
That is correct.
Thank you. And that is all I have for now.
Thank you. Can I go to our planner first and Mr. Warner last?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I have a couple of questions. One, will the ground sign be lighted? Ground sign.
Okay, so I can't think of the correct term. It'll be kind of, the lighting will be behind the letters, so it will be.
Internally illuminated?
No, it's not internally illuminated.
Channel lighting.
It's like channel lighting,
Channel
yes.
lighting, okay,
So,
okay.
so it'll be a soft glow on the, that'll illuminate the letters from behind.
Okay. The second question I had is, would you be amenable to a fence adjacent to your eastern boundary with Lot 4, where there's a single-family residential home currently?
That would be in the area to the east of our
Stormwater.
fire retention basin.
That's-
and the-
Yeah,
Yeah, we're fine with that.
okay. Can you talk a little bit about what the topography is between the Ketch Road viewpoint, and then building 1, the 3-story building furthest from Ketch Road, what the grade difference is.
So the intersection of Ketch Road and the existing driveway is at elevation 596. As I said, the driveway slopes down to where our proposed driveway comes in at approximately elevation 582. So it drops about 14 feet from Ketch Road to there. From that point, the road that goes between buildings 2 and 3 is relatively flat. At the intersection where the driveway turns to go towards building 1, we're at elevation 584. The parking area in front of building 1 is between 589 and 590. So even there, it is 6 to 7 feet lower than Ketch Road. It is also probably well over 600 feet from Ketch Road. From the housing authority along that property line, so it's probably more than, you got the parking lot, it's probably 700 feet from Ketch Road to building 1.
Hold on a second. Now, you're talking about, there's no sidewalk currently along Ketch Road, sort of further north of your project.
It doesn't show on this aerial, but
Would it be helpful if you just went up to the screen and pointed it out for folks?
so the sidewalk, Ketch Road ends where this driveway, have that loop in the housing authority. The sidewalk ends there. So from that point out to Hanover Avenue, which is down here, there is no sidewalk today.
So what I was curious about is if you are going to be approaching Morris Muse about an emergency entrance, or even the county
What?
remaining
I'm about ready.
on the remaining land, is there a potential to get a more direct pedestrian route from the project to Hanover without having to go out to Ketch Road?
Not really, no. There are no sidewalks on Hanover Avenue. So, at least in this vicinity, the county, and they've required me to do it on other projects. Even if there's no sidewalk, you have to provide a landing pad. And that's all that you have on the 4 corners of Hanover Avenue. So we have a substantial sidewalk on Ketch Road. The other point is if somebody, there is sidewalk on Ketch Road going south for quite a distance. It doesn't today quite reach Lake Road, but there are sidewalks, and they flip-flop between the west side and east side down Ketch Road. So, it's a path that somebody can use. They want to get some exercise. And so we've had some preliminary discussions about it. Right now, that's would be an off-track improvement to go from where it ends at the housing authority out to Hanover Avenue. But that's something that we could discuss.
The reason I say, I personally, if I lived here, I would cut through Morris Muse. Just because it seems like that would be the most direct route. So I was just curious if there was any potential to formalize that. But that's just.
It's something we can, ask. It's something to consider.
All right, that's it. Those are my only questions. Thanks.
So you will consider that?
It's not for us to say. I mean, it's up to the housing
No, but
authority.
you will ask them.
We have to ask them about emergency access.
Thank you. That's all.
Just a couple, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Keller, based upon your engineering testimony vis-à-vis the emergency access, is it your professional opinion as a professional planner that that emergency access is sufficient to satisfy the applicant's obligation under Section 36 of the MLUL to deviate per Section 35 of the MLUL from the requirement of having direct street frontage?
Well, I think that putting aside the emergency access connection between this proposed project and the housing authority property, it's not necessary to satisfy the Section 36 requirement for emergency services access from a public street. I think that is more than sufficiently provided and is consistent with RSIS using the existing driveway and the internal circulation for our site provides the sufficiency required under 36.
Thank you for clarifying that. So the existing driveway and your testimony relevant to same is sufficient in and of itself to constitute the deviation from Section 35 under the municipal land use law. But I take it the emergency access vis-à-vis Morris Hughes or otherwise, if it's obtained, would all the more satisfy that obligation, perhaps?
It certainly would provide an option. It provides an alternative. Is it necessary? I don't believe it is necessary, but it would be a benefit to have that.
Understood. The elevation, can you tell us what the elevation is at the location of Building 3? If I recall correctly, that's the furthest, I'm sorry, I don't recall correctly. Building 1, that's the furthest from Ketch Road, and that's the 3-story building.
That is correct.
And what is the elevation at that location?
The parking lot in front of that building ranges between 589 and 590.
And that is the post-development elevation
That is
at
correct.
that location? Okay.
Correct.
So as you testified, it is several feet, at least 6 or 7 feet below the elevation at Ketch Road, correct?
Yeah, Ketch Road and the existing driveway. Correct.
And there are a couple of existing, or more than a couple of existing structures between Ketch Road and that proposed Building 1, correct?
Right. You have the existing ARC home. You have, in Marsh Hughes, you have the buildings, 3 buildings, along that view corridor into the site.
Right. And there's a single-family dwelling on Lot 4, correct?
That is correct.
Again, could you just point to what you're referring to for the residents?
Certainly. So we're talking about the elevation at Manor Drive and Ketch Road is 596. We have 589, 590 back here. So this area is 6 to 7 feet lower than this point. But the view shed in there is blocked by wooded areas on the Morris Arc property, by these 2 proposed buildings. The more direct line in is along the southern side of the housing authority property, but you're looking past these 2 buildings, which I believe are 3 stories in height. And then looking up about 700 feet to Building 1.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Okay, we're going to ask the board members to ask questions. Mr. Barrett?
Yeah, I have one question. Mr. Keller, you mentioned that there will be 75 parking spaces, and it's based on I guess a 1.5.
75 are required by the redevelopment plan. We're providing 89.
You're providing 89. Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought it was 75. Okay, I have no question.
That's what's required.
Thank you. Ms. Van Order?
Just following up on that around the parking, based on what you've mentioned, that there will be 14 units that are designated for special needs disabled individuals that the Arc of Bergen County or some other agency will be
Bergen County United.
United Way, sorry. So really, if we, and that's completely valid, because I know that to be true, that most people in those units don't have cars. You're really providing upwards of two parking spots per unit that is likely to have a car, where 1.5 is the requirement. Is that like, I mean, even though you're generously stating maybe some of these assisted units will have people coming in to assist them in their needs, et cetera. Okay. Regarding those 14 units that are going to be set aside for supportive housing, I imagine that will be one specific building, or is that the idea, or will it be, or is that something
I would
unrelated?
let the architect.
Okay, great. I'll hold that then.
Yeah.
For that question. And I just was wondering if when you spoke about the bioretention basins, if you could just note where those are. Will they be under the parking or?
We have 2 bioretention basins, one by the clubhouse, one behind building 3, but all the parking spaces are pervious pavement.
Mhm.
So the water will seep through the pavement into a stone bed underneath. And it is tight to those 2 bioretention.
So you would not anticipate that this development would, I mean, by law, would not have any runoff, additional runoff. In fact, it will maintain the water coming onto it with these systems that you're creating.
We're reducing the rate of runoff as required under the regulation.
So there will be less water running off
Correct.
after
The
this.
rate,
The rate, okay,
not volume.
right.
Just want
Okay.
to clarify that.
And just a real quick question about the possibility of a secondary access going through, property owned by the Morris County Housing Authority. I mean, that would then require, I imagine, obviously, that you would not be able to do landscaping in that space, and that how do you imagine that would impact those folks that live in that housing there? Would that be something unsightly for them to not have a landscape buffer in that space, or do you think that would be not really that visible for
No,
them?
it's not that visible. It's here. It works out well if we can do it, where the driveway tees, and it would be a matter of coming through there. As I indicated, it would be grass pavers.
Mhm.
So it really would not be visible. It's not a paved.
Is there even a possibility of having some kind of a barrier that can be easily removed by
It would
fire?
be blocked off. I mean, it
Got
would
it.
not be
Yeah.
something
Like an
that people
open-
could use on a regular basis.
Got it. That's very helpful.
And
Thanks.
we've always worked with the fire department as to the appropriate mechanism. There's always, some discussion about how best to do that.
Right, I mean, you wouldn't want others to
Chainsaw.
use it as a cut through with their car even, or
Correct.
whatever.
That is correct.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, that really satisfies my questions at present. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chief Nunn?
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Avitz?
Thank you, and thank you for that very thorough report. Just one quick question about the lighting. Are the fixtures going to be dark sky compliant?
Yes.
That's all I have at this time.
Great. Ms. Griglia?
Can you point to where the sign is going to be?
We just,
So it'll be right at the entrance,
south side.
the south side of the
We're
entrance?
proposing, correct.
Okay. And then when you're on Catch Road and you're looking, you're walking by there and you look down, I know the furthest building you probably won't see, but can you see the clubhouse and the other two buildings? Or is it blocked by the,
I mean, I won't say that you won't be able to see the clubhouse at all, but I mean, there are existing trees
right,
that are not being disturbed. There will be some trees in the bioretention basin.
mhm,
So, it's, the view is obscured.
okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Quillen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of questions. My first question is a kind of basic question about the relationship between a preliminary site plan approval and a final site plan approval. And this may be more for Mr. Warner than for you, Mr. Keller. But I was going to use an example, but I think my example got used up by somebody else related to the possible, by Ms. Laney, related to the possible extension of the sidewalk from Morris Muse up to Hanover Avenue, where I think the applicant agreed to ask the County Housing Authority for permission to extend the sidewalk. And so I think a condition of our approval is that the applicant ask. I believe that's what I heard. But if we were, as an example, if we were silent on your proposal to end the sidewalk there, and then you came in with a final site plan and continued to end the sidewalk there, and we said, oh, we would prefer that the sidewalk go up to Hanover Avenue, would that be something that would not be permitted for this board to do at that time, because we had already approved the preliminary site plan?
While I can answer, maybe it's best if the applicant answer, or at least first.
Okay.
Sure. So between preliminary and final site plan, certain changes can be made to the preliminary site plan so long as they're not substantial changes relating to major site plan considerations like circulation and stormwater and the general layout of what we're proposing today. So it's really a matter of putting pen to paper and seeing what those changes are. There's nothing that prevents us from seeking an amended preliminary and final at the same time. So if there are changes that are generated through not just this board and conditions of this board, but also outside agencies. So for example, if we get comments from the water department and it somehow requires us to bring water into the site a different way for some reason, which we are not anticipating, but if our buildings had to rotate or shift or flip-flop, those sorts of details could be reflected in an amended site plan and final site plan at the same time simultaneously that this board could hear. So we could consider those options. And as we had testified, we're certainly willing to ask the housing authority if we can have access to and through their site. We obviously can't control whether or not they grant permission for us to do that, but we can certainly ask. And if there are any improvements, even related to a secondary access, for example, too, that require changes to this plan to allow for those things to happen, we can either continue to seek final site plan because they're not substantial changes, which is a determination that this board makes, or we can seek amended preliminary and final site plan simultaneously.
Just a point on the sidewalk, there were two things. One was a connection for pedestrians from this site to the housing authority, which was one. As Ms. Madziak indicated, we'll ask. The second is the extension of the sidewalk along Ketch Road.
Oh, okay, I missed the distinction.
That is something that, it's off track. That is not something that is this applicant's responsibility. We're willing to discuss that with the township, but that really is a township project.
Correct.
For connectivity, not only for this project, but for everything else.
Okay, well, I'd like to continue. Mr. Warner.
While you're on the subject of the sidewalk.
Yeah.
I could state, as we mentioned during the public hearings on the redevelopment plan, there have been considerations and investigations preliminarily into extensions of sidewalk through the Ketch Road system to create better connectivity by the township. So would the applicant be receptive to working with the township on improving that connectivity in and out of the property at the driveway and into your facility.
Yes.
Along with time with township improvements.
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Kuhn?
Yes, I do have more, but I think Mr. Warner.
Well, I was
wants
just
to say
going to
something.
confirm that from a legal perspective, Ms. Masiak is correct. And I would add that in my experience, a few decades now, at least, the amended approvals, preliminary approvals, together with final approvals are more the rule than the exception. You see those most of the time. As long as final matches preliminary, then we'll have some flexibility, perhaps, as she indicated, maybe we won't be precluded from getting something just because it wasn't in the preliminary approval, if subsequently we could get it, such as sidewalk extensions. No prohibition, we would simply get an amended approval together with the final, amended preliminary approval together with the final. Fairly common.
Let me use my other example then, because it's really an architectural example, and it has to do with the rear facades of the buildings, particularly Building 3, which the rear facade of which faces Ketch Road, I believe. The front faces Building 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
So folks who are on Ketch Road or on the first couple of properties on Manor Drive that are looking over that way, they're going to see the rear of Building 2. Exactly how much of that they'll see, it's a bit unclear to me, but it seems like most of the trees that would be in the way now are going to be not there anymore. So I thought that the look of that facade was not ideal and really wasn't consistent with Morris Township's design standards and possibly not with the redevelopment plan design standards either. It's just a little bit too flat, too monotonous, too dull. So if we were to approve the preliminary plan as submitted tonight, would we be barred from making an objection later on? Would we should wait perhaps? Okay, I should wait and speak about this later.
Well, I suspect the architect is going to be the next witness. That might be most appropriate.
Okay.
At that time.
I have one more very minor question, which is, can you explain what a hot box is? That's something to do with the water supply?
It's a above ground enclosure that takes what used to be put in vaults below the ground, backflow preventers, check valves, all kinds of things for the water system. It is now put above ground. We call it a hot box because that enclosure is heated so that it doesn't freeze, because we now have pipes that are above the ground surface. That's why it's a hot box.
Yeah.
Needs electricity to keep it warm?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Almost all the water companies are requiring it these days.
Thank you.
And just one thing, would you agree to landscape it and or paint it to minimize
Neutral earth tone?
a neutral earth tone to
So
minimize
we've done this before?
to minimize its appearance? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Benoit?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me, would it be possible in terms of emergency access to a third party to go from in front of Building 1 into the nursing home? Is that what it is? Rather than between Buildings 2 and 3? Because if we have a fire truck all the way back, then they have the same problem of doing a K-turn to get out.
The grades don't work.
The grades are that far off?
We have a retaining wall along the parking lot next to Building 1, right there. There's a retaining wall that is, that happens to be the tallest wall that we have on the site. I said it ranged from 2.5 to 5, almost 6 feet. That's where we have a 6-foot high wall. So the grades do not work there. They work very nicely at the end of the driveway between buildings 2 and 3.
How about access right out to Hanover from there?
That would be terrible.
Why might that be terrible?
Well,
It would only be for the emergency vehicle. Wouldn't be for.
Folks, we're letting Mr. Benoit ask his question. Everyone in the public will have an opportunity in a few minutes.
I mean, the grades don't work. You're coming out to a 4-lane county highway with a very steep grade as you come down from the fire academy to Ketch Road. You have the solar panels there. It's a lot of disturbance. It's a lot of distance. It is not feasible.
It's our money. We should pay.
Well, I'm just thinking for emergency vehicles, how often would it be used? Hardly ever, hopefully. So
But
it's an option.
Hey, Mr. Benoit, I think they've given their answer, and we may not like the answer, but that is the answer. It's the grades don't work, with all due respect.
Okay. Looking at the topography from building 2 down to ARC, it looks to me like it would go down into the ARC property. There's manholes on both sides, but I just thought it looks to me like it might go actually into their property because the slope goes down.
What goes into their property? I'm not following you, Mr.
Stormwater, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Stormwater,
stormwater.
yes, thank you.
I missed that.
I
very
didn't
important part right
mention
there.
that, yes, the
So
stormwater.
what we have done behind building 3 is, and it's hard, it's impossible to see on here, there's a swale back here. The building itself, the roadways, I have a hard time seeing them. You know, all of this is piped into the basin, but there is a swale along here. The ARC site drains all to the low point in their parking lot is off the northwest corner of their building, which is where we're going to grant an easement for an existing storm sewer that comes across what is now their property, and it goes into the housing authority property. We're connecting from this basin into this existing structure. So this will hold water, will retain water, and meter it out during the storm and tie into this pipe which goes into the housing authority.
Okay, I see, thank you. So there are 2 storm basins between those properties, but there's also a channel.
Right, we have a swale here, we have an inlet here, which then goes into this basin.
Okay,
This basin is piped over to here. The buildings have roof drain collection systems, so it's not just dumping out onto the ground. It's actually being piped into the storm collection system, which goes into the bioretention basin.
all right, I saw that, okay, great. And then the pervious cover
The pervious
pavement, so it goes into a stone base and also goes into the retention
Right.
basins?
We have,
So that's not groundwater recharge in itself?
some of it will be,
Some of it will be?
some will happen in the bioretention basin, some will happen in the pervious pavement, depending
Oh, okay,
the soils, but we have, there's outlet structures. There'll be grates on top, but they will have a perforated pipe that extends into the stone bed underneath, which will then convey it into a solid storm sewer pipe, which will then convey it to the basin.
okay, it's a combination,
Yes.
sort of. All right, thank you.
That's what the rules make us do. We have a series of different tools, BMPs that we use to meet the regulations.
Makes sense, okay. I have a question on the wetlands.
Yes.
It looks to me like the corner of, Mhm. The corner of Building 2, the southwest corner, sits in the, right at the edge,
Area.
right at the edge of the,
Not at the edge of the wetland itself. It's within the transition area. That's one of the areas where we're going to average. We're going to reduce the transition area in that location and increase it to off the northwestern corner of the building.
Can you point to that on the map?
So we're going to reduce it here, and we're going to increase it in here.
okay, the grading plan shows that corner at 583, which is where
Yes.
the beginning of the,
583 right there,
right.
at the southwest corner of building 2.
So that's the transition area.
Correct.
So under unusual weather, like we've been talking about a little bit, does the transition area fill up with water?
No, in this case, the topography, all of this area slopes towards the existing parking lot.
Right.
So it's just that the soils and therefore the plant material exhibits wetland characteristics. There may be points at which there is some surface water in there, but that will not occur after the construction because we're going to remove those soils, regrade it, provide the appropriate materials, stone materials underneath the foundation of the building to support the building, and it'll all drain off.
Is the building on
Just
slab?
Yeah, it's a slab on grade.
It's a slab on
The
grade.
architect will talk. if
Okay,
you have
well, no, but
questions
it's
about
related
that.
to this. You know, out of fear that it might get wet. Okay. Well, basically what you're saying is that it's not going to get wet.
It's not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are you good, Mr. Benoit?
You mentioned that the roofs go into the storm
Yes.
water into the pond. I think that's everything I had. Electrical meters is architect. All right,
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm going to ask everyone's indulgence here. It seems like there's a lot of questions that also pertain to the architect, and I made a mistake. We should have the architect next, and then we'll continue to ask questions. You will get your turn. You'll get your turn to ask both. Are you not staying? Or you're going to stay till the end of the hearing, no? Well, that's what we'd like to do. I appreciate everyone's indulgence. So we're going to ask the architect to come up next.
And just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the members of the public will have an opportunity to
Absolutely.
ask questions of either Mr. Keller or Mr. Inglese, or both,
Or both.
any or all.
I think it's just going to be easier if they both are allowed to talk. Right now, we're sequestering questions because the architect hasn't given his testimony. So this way, if there's a question that falls between the two, both can answer the question.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Keller's not going anywhere.
Can we just point out for the record that about 12 people left the room because you changed the rules?
Yes, thank you.
12 concerned citizens do not ask those.
Ma'am, it's a quasi judicial proceeding. Please, decorum, please. Thank you.
It's a two-way street, decorum.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. I think we're okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Respects a two-way street.
Okay, would you'd like to have your architect give us his qualifications?
Yes, we're actually going to qualify two of our architects. They're going to each speak
Great.
to in whole the project. So Jeff, you want to go first? Sure.
Ask questions or just?
Yes, if you can please provide your educational background and your experience presenting architectural.
And start with your name and business address, please. Thank you.
My name is John.
You're going to need to get closer to the microphone, sir.
Sure. My name is John C. Inglese, Inglese. My business address is 632 Pompton Avenue in Cedar Grove. I am a principal in the firm of Inglese Architecture and Engineering. I have a Bachelor of Architecture degree from the New Jersey School of Architecture, a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from NJIT, essentially the same institution, and a Master of Science in Structural Engineering from the same institution. That's 1980, 1983, and 2005. I'm a registered architect in the state of New Jersey and have been since 1983, and a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey and have been since 1984. And both licenses are current and in good standing.
Have you testified before planning boards before, sir?
Yes.
You're acceptable.
Thank you.
Okay. Sherry Applegate, also Inglese Architecture and Engineering, address 632 Pompton Ave, Cedar Grove, New Jersey. I have a Bachelor's of Architecture from NJIT 2013, a Bachelor's of Science of Civil Engineering from NJIT, also 2013, and a Master's of Science of Civil Engineering with a concentration in structures, also from NJIT 2016. I am a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, and I am also a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. Both licenses are current.
Have you testified before planning boards before?
I have not.
Okay. We'll accept you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, since tonight will be your first night. Could have picked an easier application.
You want to start with rendering? Sure.
Yeah.
So we're going to start the architectural presentation with rendered elevations. So Ms. Applegate, if you can please, hold on a second to load, describe for the board what they're looking at. And Mr. Warner, for the record, this will be Exhibit A4. And these are colored 3D rendered elevations of Building 1 and Building 3. The title is Residences at Morris Woods, Proposed 50-Unit Affordable Multifamily Development.
Oh, God.
And it is dated, zoom in, find out, July 7th, 2025.
Thank you.
So here we have the rendered 3D views of Building 1. You can see the proposed materiality of stone veneer and trim shown in Chardonnay, as well as siding shown in white, castle stone, and Pacific blue. The proposed siding will be vinyl, and the roofing material will be GAF, Timberline Architectural Shingles in Appalachian Sky. In Building 1, we can see the turned gables and 3-story height mentioned. And as we scroll down to Building 3, you can see the proposed 2-story building and similar materiality proposed here.
And the original, or I'm sorry, the first rendering that was shown of Building 1, this is again, to confirm, the 3-story building that's to the rear, the most rear portion of the property, correct?
Correct. And in regard to the rear of Building 3, we will also work with the planning consultant to make the rear of Building 3 more consistent with the front proposed design.
Can you just please describe for the board the unit mixes that are in each of these buildings?
Yes. So in the 3 buildings, Building 1 will have 3 1-bedroom units, 15 2-bedroom units, and 6 3-bedroom units for a total of 24. Building 2 will have 3 1-bedroom units, 6 2-bedroom units, and 3 3-bedroom units for a total of 12. And Building 3 will have 4 1-bedroom units, 6 2-bedroom units, and 4 3-bedroom units for a total of 14, for the total of 50 for the project. This will also be inclusive of 14 supportive housing units, which will be evenly distributed throughout all buildings.
And Ms. Applegate, if we can now turn to the materials that were submitted to the board. If you can just walk us through, and we'll bring this up on the screen, the general floor plans of each of the buildings. So if you can just, as we're scrolling through this, confirm that these are the materials that were submitted to the board, correct?
Correct.
There's no changes from what was submitted, correct? Correct. Okay, and then as we walk through, if you can just describe what building it is and which floor we're looking at, so we can understand the general layout of the building and then of the units.
So we'll start with building 1.
You can take the microphone and stand up there and point.
Okay.
There's also another microphone.
Yes, is this one up?
President Holt.
It's okay, she's got it.
Test, yes.
No?
There you go.
Okay.
Now
Okay.
you have a choice.
So in building 1, this is our 3-story building. There are 4 main stair cores to give access to units on all 3 stories. So in general, we have the 3-bedroom units on the ends of this building. And it is relatively consistent from the first floor plan to the second and third floor plans above. And in building 2, we have a slight difference of access where we have access to ground floor units directly from the sidewalk. And we have raised stoops to provide access to the floors above.
So Ms. Applegate, each of the units in the 2-story buildings has its own access, correct?
Correct.
And in the 3-story building, you had pointed out those 4 access points for the entire building, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe for us the general layout of a 3-bedroom unit, a 1-bedroom unit, and a 2-bedroom unit?
Yes, the general layout of 3-bedroom unit, you'll enter into a living space, the dining area, kitchen area, as well as the living room. And towards the center of the unit is the bathroom and utility spaces. And as you work your way back towards the rear of the unit, you have your 3 bedrooms as well as 1 bathroom off of bedroom 1. In 1 bedroom, it's similar where you're entering into the living and dining room space. As you work your way back through the unit, you're working your way through the kitchen and bathroom. And in the rear, where the 1 bedroom is, you have utility spaces as well as a walk-in closet. And then for the 2 bedroom, it's also a similar approach where you're entering in through living and dining, working your way through the kitchen, and then a centrally located bathroom and utilities. And the 2 bedrooms are located in the rear of the building.
And on these plans, we're depicting a washer and dryer. We are going to have the connections for washers and dryers in all of the units, correct? And we'll get there, but we also have a laundry room within the community space as well, correct? Can you describe the purpose of having that separate laundry room and how the washer and dryers work in the units?
Yes, so tenants will have the opportunity to rent the washer and dryer within the units. And the community building will provide community laundry, which can be used in the event of somebody's in-unit system not working, or if they have a larger capacity items for the community laundry facility. Sure. That should be the next after building 3.
Too zoomed out here. Okay.
So the community building will have a large gathering space. It will have management space, and within that management space, it will include an office to support the supportive housing units. Yes, it will also have the community laundry services and a warming kitchen, as well as a maintenance space and a small gathering area.
And the clubhouse is proposed to be used by the residents and their guests only, correct?
A couple of things.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so one thing to keep in mind is we have three buildings.
Can you pick up the mic? Motion.
Better?
For the members of.
Sorry. So we have three buildings. We have a three-story walk-up, and then we have the two-story buildings, which all have individual entrances with ground floor units and second floor units. So from an accessibility perspective, all of the ground floor units in all three buildings are adaptable as a minimum, but the 14 special needs units will be accessible from the beginning for those residents. And just to give you an idea, I believe there's 22 ground floor units between the three buildings, 14 of which will be fully accessible from the beginning, and the rest as adaptable. And that's in compliance with New Jersey's accessibility requirements in the International Building Code.
And Mr. Ingles, we heard a comment during Mr. Keller's testimony. The supportive housing units are intended to be dispersed throughout the community, correct?
That is correct. It's intentionally, those units are spread between all three buildings. And in all of our projects that have special needs, there is a serious disinterest from lumping them together as a separate floor or a separate section of a building, but integrating them throughout the community.
Thank you.
Say that again. I think we're good. We're ready for questions. Yeah.
Okay.
But just to reiterate what I think Sherry said previously, we didn't go through the black and white elevations, but the backs are simpler than the fronts in the submitted drawings. And as a condition of preliminary approval, and obviously something you'll look at as final approval, we'll be looking at the backs of the buildings, especially the back of Building 3, which is the one that's most visible from the public road. So.
That's all we have for direct testimony.
Great. We're going to the same order, and I just want to let everyone know in the public that we will be here for all the questions. You'll be able to question both witnesses on all four of the disciplines they discussed tonight, and then we'll be inviting you back for comments, et cetera. So we're going to start with our engineer.
I have no comments and
Great.
questions, so I'll defer.
We'll go to our planner.
No, I don't really have any additional questions. I'll yield, I know, probably some of
Great.
the board members.
Then we'll go to Mr. Warner, our board attorney.
I'll yield as well.
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Barrett. Questions for the architects?
I don't know if this is appropriate for the architect. I don't think I picked up on the answer to this question I have previously, so maybe you can help me with it. Are all the units, the 50 units, intended to be rental units, or will some of these be ownership?
All
units as
rental.
well? Okay. And in terms of them being rental units, will there be any prohibition in terms of being able to be subletted by the tenant?
I would defer to the client here or the attorney on this one. but-
Subletting
Mr.
is
Warner,
not
can,
permitted.
oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Subletting is not permitted.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Van Order?
I just had a question. You've got a lot of 3-bedroom units and quite a few 2-bedroom units. I imagine you anticipate having families in those units. And it seems a little light on storage, in at least my estimation of seeing how my family uses space. I'm wondering, what plans, if any, you have for people's outdoor toys and things of that nature. Where will folks have an opportunity for their kids to have their bikes covered up in the wintertime? And is that something you envision providing for the quality of life of your future residents?
That's a good question, but as of right now, I don't think we have provision for extra unit storage. So anything outside of your unit.
So you don't
I know there wasn't an answer you were looking
anticipate
for.
having families with children with ride-on toys and bikes and things that might be difficult to carry up to a second floor? Has there been any thought in that quality of life matter? Because I see this as an issue in a lot of affordable housing that does not have that in their design, and I think that's unfortunate and a burden for those families. So
It's a little bit difficult in a townhouse style building. If this were a mid-rise with a ground floor with a lot more community space and common sort of management space, you can carve out a room for indoor bike storage, indoor separated tenant storage, but we're seeing people go away from that as well. So it's something we can consider. I don't know where we would put it, quite honestly, but your point is well taken.
thank you.
Chief Nunn,
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ravitz.
Yes, thank you for your explanations. Just one quick question. These units are all electric?
As of right now, that is the plan. This would be high efficiency heat pumps and electric water heaters and electric stoves.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Griglia,
No questions at this time.
Mr. Quillen.
I wanted to thank you for agreeing to work with our planner to perhaps change the rear facades of the buildings, especially Building 3. So I believe that's a condition of our approval. And I wanted to ask you about the color choices. What made you pick the particular choices, if you can describe what you were going for with the I guess, 3 different colors on the buildings?
There'd been a little bit of back and forth on this between us and the planner in the drafting of the redevelopment plan. So there's been a couple of different versions of this elevation with where we're always trying to get at least a couple of colors in the siding. I don't particularly want to see every slot of a townhouse be a completely different design, because I think that's going overboard. But at the same time, you want to have enough of a break in the color to articulate the individual units from each other. So a little bit of back and forth between the blue, and this is really hard to see in this light, but it's really a gray and a slate blue, a light gray and a slate blue and a white between them. The white is more of an accent. The light gray and the blue are the A and B colors here. Personal preference with some input from others is the best answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Mr. Benoit.
Thank you. I lost my spot. I lost my spot. Are you familiar with the Township Ordinance 57-87-1 Building Design Guidelines?
We did look at that, yes.
You looked at it?
Yes.
Did you?
In the preliminary plans that were provided in drafting of the redevelopment plan, I believe that was referenced in one of the comments in terms of facade design. Yes.
And Mr. Ingles, the redevelopment plan contains its own design standards that supersede the underlying ordinance, correct?
That is correct. I think they have generally the same goals, but yes.
Ms. Lahaney, is that true?
Not exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I understand what the attorney is saying, and that is true that this redevelopment plan does supersede, but I think in the interest of the design guidelines, this is much sparer than, anything that's not identified in this plan reverts back to the ordinance. So I think that to the extent that there are aspects of the design guidelines in our ordinance that are not addressed in the redevelopment plan, those still should be looked at.
Because there are a lot of items in the design guidelines in the ordinance that I don't see here. And, George's comment is right. The design guidelines talk about a minimum of 3-foot difference in the facial plane of the units. You do have in the front, I don't know whether it's 3 feet, but the ordinance is pretty clear that the design should wrap around the entire building. You can't have the front that says one thing and then the back is just flat. So I would like to see the design wrapped around so that from wherever you see the building, you see the same concept. And one of the things I'm really afraid of is the windows. The ordinance clearly states that the intent is to have enough depth of window to cast shadows, at least 2 inches between the glazing and the exterior wall. So
That's actually very easy to achieve here.
is it on this?
Yeah, because these are going to be 2x6 walls with exterior
There'll be 2 by
insulation.
6 walls. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
That's
It's
an
hard
easy
to
one.
tell in design. It's hard to tell in a picture.
Sure.
In fact, it doesn't look that way, actually, on the end units.
Yeah, I think that's the quality of the rendering more than anything else, I think. So that's something we've got to work on. But in
Yes,
terms of
please.
construction,
There
I
are a
think,
lot of, this is what I think would be easier. If you could address the items in the ordinance that pertain to this type of housing and address how you are complying with it. We don't have to go through each one. The porticos over the doors, the numbers of steps leading up to doors. I don't understand the white panels and the vertical siding. It's very busy. All that stuff is very busy. And I think the ordinance talks about having simplicity of design.
I think 3-foot steps are very busy myself, but
Well,
if that's a hard
I
line in
lived
the
in
sand,
Jersey
we can-
City and there were about 15 steps to my building and it was a beautiful building. So things are relative and there's a reason the portico should be wider. There's a reason the ordinance says what it says. And so I think it would be helpful if you did a design report where you looked at the ordinance in relation to your design and how your design comports to it or does not comport to it and why. I understand these, if you have to have a first level entrance to suit a wheelchair, then there's a reason to have a first level door without steps. So there's an example of where you can address the item in the ordinance and say, well, we're doing it this way for this reason. I'm particularly concerned about the vinyl. The ordinance does not identify vinyl as a preferred material. Could you use AZAC or Hardy board, or could you look at another material? And
I'm just going to step in with one point, which is that this is 100% affordable project.
I'm asking the question.
Okay,
I
that's
understand,
fine. That's
because
fine.
vinyl could at least be textured. Is this textured?
The vinyl, no, not the board on the board and batten vinyl typically is not. It's smooth. You can get the horizontal siding textured, but generally not the vertical.
You mean the vertical siding?
Yeah.
Can you get rid of it?
I
mean, to me, a
suppose you
vertical
can, but
siding belongs in
it's
a
sort of its
barn.
own look too. So
Well, I know, but
I know.
it becomes very busy. If you have this and you have this and you have white panels in the middle, it becomes very confusing look at it. And I don't look at any pretty house anywhere in the township, or outside the township, where they have a combination of vertical siding, horizontal siding, panels, it's too busy in my view. So if you could look at that.
I understand,
And-
and I certainly have no problem with doing what you suggest, which is going through those design guidelines, preparing a report addressing each one and why we did what we did or why we changed what we did. That's a perfectly reasonable
Yeah,
condition.
I appreciate
So,
that. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Benoit?
No, that's it.
Great. Okay, we're going to open up questions now from the public of both witnesses, actually all three witnesses. So we're going to ask you to come up to the microphone. Please state your name and address. I'm sorry, we're going to go on this side. This microphone right here to my right, or to your left. So it's give us your name and address, and then you can ask your questions.
Brian O'Shea, 51 Ketch Road, Morris Township. I would just like to know what traffic measures are going to be placed at the intersection of the access road and Ketch Road. For example, a stop sign, a flashing yellow light, or a conventional traffic light. How is that traffic going to be controlled?
So those questions would go to Mr. Keller,
Mr. Keller,
who was
yes,
going
what-
to, we put him down, so this way both people could ask questions. So I appreciate your question. Mr. Keller, I'm going to let you answer.
There'd be a stop sign on the existing driveway.
And what studies were done to prove that that would be sufficient for safety and traffic flow?
That's a standard practice. This driveway, like Manor Drive, does not meet the warrants for a traffic signal. So the basic traffic control device is a stop sign.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Richard Bongo, 19 Bell Drive, Morris Township. And my apologies, I've been traveling for the last 3 weeks, so I have not been, I just heard about this recently. Can somebody explain to me how the economics of this work, who the shareholders are of the LLC? This is all very foreign to me that we're talking about adding things to the property, deleting things. Who's paying for all this? I don't understand where that comes from.
So, Mr. Warner, do we have a member of the applicant that could answer that question briefly?
Maybe applicant's counsel can represent, who represents the LLC can represent who, answer that question.
Sure, and if there is still an outstanding question, we do have a representative of the applicant. So if my response does not fully answer your question, please let us know.
Literally, life within the World Trade Center when it all happened. And so, yeah, like we were all,
Oh, yeah.
but I don't know if that.
Is there a way to get the Zoom call muted, please? Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in response to your question, the applicant, who is the designated redeveloper of the property, has entered into an affordable housing agreement with the township, which is governed entirely by the township committee and not this particular board. The applicant and / redeveloper is seeking tax credits through the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Financing Authority, HMFA, for this project in this next round. Our deadline is actually September 2nd to file for that. So the applicant, in combination with up to a particular amount of township trust fund dollars, if they are necessary to fill a gap in that funding based on that affordable housing agreement, are going to be contributed to paying for this project. So this is not something that's fully funded by the municipality. The applicant, as the redeveloper of the property, is handling, if possible, all but most of the cost through the tax credits and other funding sources.
Gotcha. And what type of arrangement is that? What type of, I mean, are they getting a 10% return, or how does that work?
So there are particular programs that the HMFA has for different tax credits for projects like this. There's a 4% tax credit and a 9% tax credit. So we are filing for the 9% tax credits through the state funding through the HMFA.
Okay. And just on a greater front, there seems to be 107 acres behind this. What is the intention for that? I mean, is this the 50 units? Is that going to fulfill Morris Township's obligation for how long? And I mean, are we looking at the other 107 acres as more affordable housing if we need it?
With the chair's permission, I think I could answer that. This was a particular settlement of a particular litigation relative to our third round obligation. It specifically calls for 100% affordable units at this site. So no one, as far as I know, is contemplating anything beyond that acreage or any other units. And in fact, our fourth round obligation, which we just submitted a housing element fair share plan for, does not in any way, shape, or form come near Ketch Road or this county land. But fortunately, we were able to get the county to, in essence, donate this land so that we didn't have to, as a township, come up with the acreage and or come up with hundreds of thousands, if not more, dollars in lieu thereof. It's a significant contribution the land is to making the project viable and ensuring it's a 100% affordable project so that it's 50 units, not 250 units.
Okay, so round 4, how many units are we going to have to add to round 4, and how many rounds will there be?
We're satisfied for round 4. It takes us to 2035.
Okay.
I can't predict what the 5th round will be if and when it comes, although if and when it comes currently under the current legislation, that would be July 1, 2035. I'll see you then.
Okay. Thank you guys for your service.
Thank you.
Sure.
Next.
Susan McManus, 91 Ketch Road, Morristown. My first question is for Mr. Iglesias. You're putting in supportive care units. They're all electric. Is there any plan for generators? Most of these people with supportive care services require electric wheelchairs, oxygen, other durable medical equipment that is electric supplied, and I will tell you that that area has a significant number of power outages.
Fair question. We
Can you use the mic, Mr. Iglesias? See? Hey, Mike.
Is there? In the next phase here, we will be looking at the actual design of the building, and if the two special needs sponsors here feel that that is a necessity, we can work on that because we have done that before. I don't know if it's a need here, but there's certainly the opportunity to do it if we needed it.
Because then the second question to that is where would you put those generators?
Oh, if it were just for those 14 units, there'd probably be a small one associated with each building off to the side or in the back. Yeah.
My other question is the hot bucket question that everybody's going to want to know the answer to. You got this land from the county. Everybody doesn't want the access out onto Ketch Road. So did you think about going back to the county and asking for access, not through Morris Muse, but up to between Building 1 and the kennels to come out on Morris View Street, where they would then have access to the light on West Hanover Avenue?
So that's, I guess, a question for Mr. Keller.
Yep. Because I'm a little tired of hearing that, well, it'll cost us more. Tough.
I'm sorry, man, we have, this is questions only. I'll swear you in for public comment so it has the weight of testimony. We wouldn't want it not to have the weight of testimony, just like their testimony.
Okay.
So I just want to refer to the Ketch Road redevelopment plan, which is adopted by the township. On page 12, it states vehicular access to the public street system shall be provided via driveway or street connection to Ketch Road through existing block 1901, lot 1 on lands that are now part of Ketch Road Field. So we have not investigated any other alternative access. This was the access that was set forth in the redevelopment plan. It's appropriate and reasonable for use for these 50 units.
Can you?
I think you've gotten your answer. Do you have another question?
No, I'll let it go for now.
Thank you. Next.
Oh, hi, William Joel, 32 Ventosa. My question is to Mr. Keller is regarding the emergency access plan. Can we put that up?
Put up to the site plan. Exhibit A2.
Okay, so I'm assuming if someone parks incorrectly here in either of these spaces, that possibly a fire truck could not get in there. Is that true?
No, the parking,
Say if someone parked like out here, another one parked here, would a fire truck be able to still get in there?
the parking spaces that are laid out on this property they're being occupied by automobiles, do not block the maneuverability of a fire truck.
I don't know. Someone parks out here a little bit, someone's here, I think a fire truck.
You park in a parking space, you do not park in a drive aisle.
Is there a line at the end of the slot? I mean, everybody's like.
That's it. We have one question.
I'm just, I mean, it's a.
It's a reasonable question,
If
but he's
someone
answered it.
parks incorrectly,
But sir, that could happen on any street. It doesn't have to be inside this community. I live in a townhome community. If two people park on both sides of the street, fire truck's gonna have a tough time getting down the street. Call the police and have it towed away.
Obviously, if someone incorrectly parked, I mean, just like, I'm talking like 2 or 4 feet.
No, it's,
Get it working. Sir, what's your next question?
Oh, so
It was a good question. It was answered. What's your next question?
Okay, the next question is the signage location. Does it actually have to be on Ketch Road? Could it be located down as you enter into the complex?
The point of the sign out at Ketch Road is to identify that this is the location of this community.
Well,
It's appropriate, if I might, I'd like to finish my thought. It's appropriate to identify people on the public street as to where they should enter this community.
So isn't the address 85 Ketch Road? Couldn't you just put numbers?
We have identified the community as residences at Morris Woods. That's our proposal.
Okay, and on the architecture, the roof, what is the roof pitch on the?
Let's go back to it.
can we bring up one of the renderings, please?
Yeah, but I have to look on the elevation sheet. Hold on. I believe it's 6 on 12.
Thank you.
It's 6 on 12,
So it's a 6-inch rise on.
a 12-inch rise, right?
So it almost looks to me like a 3-story structure, and for the 3-story structure, it almost looks like a 4-story structure.
That's what a traditional residential roof looks like.
Well, that's what it appears, so.
Yeah, that was the intention here, to not make it look like a flat roof, but to make it look traditional residential in style.
Can
So
that pitch be decreased at all in the architecture? I mean, to something,
it could, but I don't know what the purpose would be, other than to make it look less attractive.
you know, because I believe the senior housing actually has a pitch less than that.
Senior housing,
On the corner as you turn in
Oh.
to Morris County.
okay. Wasn't our intention to match it architecturally.
Okay.
Okay, the board hears your question, even though that you may not agree with the answer. We hear the question and the answer, so we're guided by that. Thank you.
Walter Piccolo from 26 Tall Timber Drive, Morris Township. I've been hearing from the last meeting, affordable housing, and I keep hearing the word affordable housing. Only now somebody just stated it was low and very low income housing. Those are 2 big different terms, 3 big different terms. What are the rents going to be here?
Sir, this is a site plan application
Right.
We have nothing to do with the economics of the project. That decision has been made. We're here to approve or disapprove a site plan application. We're trying to give the Township of Morris the best site plan application possible. So your questions need to be asked of these witnesses on what they've testified tonight.
Yeah, but
I'm not,
Can I help answer his question a little bit, if I may, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman? At least the first part, sir. I didn't want anybody to be confused between the difference between affordable housing and very low, low, and moderate income housing. They are the same thing. Affordable housing, by definition, includes very low, low, and moderate income housing, and it's all provided for via the state legislation, the Fair Housing Act, and various regulations, the Uniform Housing Affordability Control Regulations and the like. So short answer, they're the same thing, and it's all guided by statute and regulations that the municipality really has no control over that. That's at the state level. But also, as the chairman correctly points out, this is the limited jurisdiction for this board is the essential elements of the site plan, the lighting, landscaping, stormwater, et cetera, and the subdivision, where to carve it out of the lots that the county generously gave to us as a township. So I hope that helps a little bit.
okay. As a follow-up to the tax abatement question, is the tax abatement that, like other apartment complexes where they have a 10-year no pay taxes sort of thing to the township, so the township doesn't get anything for 10 years?
Again, this is not an appropriate question for a site plan application. I mean, I'll grant you a little bit of leeway. I'll ask the attorney if you'd like to give us something of a brief answer.
Sure. So the tax that we were speaking to is a funding mechanism from the NJHMFA. So it is a pool of money that the state has set aside for projects such as this that applicants can apply for. It does not have to do with the taxes that are paid to the township.
Okay, so the low and very low income housing applicants will have access to funds from the state?
No, this particular project is intended to be funded in part through state programs that have funds available for the development and construction of the projects. As Mr. Warner was saying, the rents and the income levels to qualify for the affordable housing are all set by the state and the region that you're in. So Morris County is in a particular region. There are limits, and the developer is not allowed to charge more than what those limits are. And all of the residents have to qualify based on the income that they're making. We don't set those standards. They're set by the state.
So the state sets the standards for how much money you can make and still living in these units?
Yes.
Okay.
They have income limits. Mhm.
But the state has no control over what the developer is going to charge in terms of rent?
They do, because rent is capped at a particular amount.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Hi, my name is Kim Stibe. I live at 24 Tall Timber Drive. I have a handful of questions. You prefer ask them all together or?
You could answer them. You could answer them ask them one at a time. It might be easier.
Okay, great. So the first question is regarding the emergency vehicle. So for a fire truck, you said they'd need to be able to make a K-turn to get into the development. So in an emergency, if there is a fire, how many fire trucks would you be expecting to show up to a 50-unit development? And then are we gonna have like 4 fire trucks making K-turns on Ketch Road, trying to get in at the same time, backing up traffic? And how might that delay them getting to?
Mr. Keller, could you explain a little more detail where that K-turn is made and when it is made?
The K-turn is not made getting into the site. They would drive directly into the site. They would turn onto the existing driveway. They would travel down that existing driveway, make a right turn into the site.
Got it.
And then whichever building they needed to get to, they would set up in accordance with fire department protocols at those buildings. For them to then leave the site after the event, whatever it may be, they would need to make a K-turn either up by building 1 or by buildings 2 and 3. That would be internal to our project and on the way out.
Super helpful, thank you.
You're welcome.
The hot box that you mentioned, that's going, you said on Ketch Road. Do we know the size of that for the, just curious of like, we're gonna have a new sign, we're gonna have a light post, we're also gonna have a hot box. It's a lot of things you're just like adding on Ketch Road. Do we know the size approximately?
Not at this point, no. We try and move it as far off of the roadway as we can.
Okay.
The placement of that hot box, and it's not guaranteed at this point that they will require one.
Okay.
What we have agreed to is that we would landscape it around it so that it would not be visible. Obviously, we're not going to place it any place where it would impede sight distances. We've also agreed with the township planner that that box would also be painted or treated so that it would be a neutral earth tone color and then be landscaped around. So it would blend into the surrounding.
Thank you. How many people are you assuming living in each unit? That's just a follow-up I have to talk about questions about the traffic and number of cars. Is there limits on how many people?
That's not a factor that we use in calculating the trip generation. It's based on the number of units. I have no idea how many people would be in each unit.
Do we know if they're going to be, I don't know who that question is for. Will there be limits on how many people can live in each unit?
I think that'd be a good question for the attorney.
Sure, I can answer that. In addition to things like income levels and rent, the state also regulates the number of people that you can have per bedroom, like in one single bedroom, to avoid issues like, having 6 beds in one room or that sort of thing.
Okay.
So there are state requirements for that. It's two. It's generally 2 individuals per bedroom.
Do you have 6 people in one 3-bedroom?
Ventriloquy through her.
You're going to have six people in a, is that what it, 6 people in a 3-bedroom apartment, I think was the question.
No, I think that was the answer. The answer was 6 people in a 3-bedroom apartment.
But you wouldn't qualify under the income requirements if you had 6 adults. So there's a lot of factors that go into the qualifications for the affordable units, and there are administrators for those units who have all the rules, and they have to check to make sure that you actually qualify before you can even potentially be placed in a unit. And the income levels, in addition to being per unit type in terms of very low, low, and moderate, are also based on the number of people in a household.
Okay.
How are you okay, people apply, they say there's only 2 of them. How are we preventing 4 people from living in that unit? Again, this all goes to traffic questions, so sorry if it.
Could you ask the traffic question then? Because some of what you're asking really is outside of the purview. These are
Okay,
set
so
by the state.
It relates to, you said that the traffic generated in and out is not going to be any different than what's going in and out of that opening now. I find that hard to believe with 50 units and how many people are going to be living there. Okay.
What I said was the amount of traffic that is generated based upon the data that we use, which is accepted throughout the state and throughout the nation, is based on the number of units. As it relates to the occupancy, there's a limit on how many adults will be in there. So, and that, whether it's an affordable housing project or it's a market housing project, is based, the trip generation is based on the number of units.
So whether you have 50 units that have 1 person or 50 units that can have 6 people, it's still the same amount?
It's based on the units within the development is how we calculate traffic.
Okay, I don't feel like that answers the question necessarily.
If I may, just for clarification, though, I think one thing should be clear. If it's a 1-bedroom, it can't have 6. If it's a 2-bedroom, it can't have 6. So it wouldn't be 50 units of up to 6 people. It would be a lot less
Okay,
than
but you
that.
get what I'm getting at, right? Of like just
No,
one.
absolutely.
50,
More
okay.
importantly, the board
Yeah.
gets what you're getting
Okay.
at. So that's.
Okay, thank you. Super helpful. And then just on the traffic generation, you said again, it's based on 50 units. Does it also account, is it just for people living there? Or are you counting for visitors coming in and out, mail delivery in and out, garbage in and out, packages in and out? Does that,
It counts for everything.
That
during
accounts for everything.
Peak hours.
everything during peak hours.
Because the data that we use in our trip generation calculations is based on actual traffic counts.
Got it.
So you count how many people are going in and out of the community, and you divide it by the number of units, and that comes up with your trip rate.
Thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Adam Weisberg. I live at One Manor Drive. I'm the house at the corner. Do you happen to know why Ketch Road was chosen as the entrance and exit point as opposed to Morris View?
I don't.
Okay. What's the difference? What's the distance between the back of, I think that's building 1 and Morris View? What's the distance between?
I don't know. We did not look at that. It's not something I looked at. I couldn't tell you what it is.
So do you know the grading behind building 1? What the grading is as you go up?
All I know is that going to the west from building 1, you're going up in elevation. How much? I don't know.
Okay, so you didn't investigate that?
No, we did not.
Okay. Is it possible to investigate it if the board requested it? The changing the entrance point from Ketch to Morris View?
I mean, if the board asked, it's not what the redevelopment plan requires. The redevelopment plan is pretty clear in that the access is to Ketch Road.
If I may, from a legal standpoint, and our planner could weigh in as well, from the planning perspective, but from a legal standpoint, this board is subject to the zoning that was provided through the legislative process, and that is the redevelopment plan. So this board would not have the jurisdiction or authority to request something different than what is in the governing zoning for this site. So that would be problematic.
Would if we were to, you mentioned that it's not, I think you used the word not problematic, I'll use that word as well, to exit out onto Hanover. Why is that?
How would we get to Hanover first, Mr. Keller? I think that maybe people need to get a sense of the property that we own. When I say we, the applicant owns, and property that belongs to other jurisdictions.
Well, and if you could do that, just standing up to me so everybody can see it. Thank you.
So I think these are good questions, and I think we need to explain your property versus someone else's property and I guess the slopes that don't allow it.
You're assuming it doesn't allow it. That's not fair. I'm answering his question, so if you let me answer his question, I appreciate it. Hanover Avenue.
Can you get a mic?
Oh, Mr. Keller. Really? You think I need it?
I don't know that you do, but just in case.
You got that one? Okay.
Hanover Avenue is approximately at the edge of this TV. The lot 1, which is owned by the county, which a portion of this proposed lot 6 is being subdivided out of. Does the site plan show?
I think we can use. Oh, no, we have a map that's.
There's one that shows it.
Escher moved it there. Yeah.
Just pan down. I want to. Hold on. Where did? So this location map, which is on the cover sheet of our site plans, is a scale of 1 inch equals 1,000 feet. You can't obviously scale it on there because I don't know really what it's at. Scaling it off of the cover sheet, The distance from the northern edge of proposed lot 6 to Hanover Avenue is about 600 feet. If we go back to the other one, that property is owned by, well, that's
Oh, that's
interesting.
pretty cool.
This property is still owned by the county. It is not part of the agreement that the county is selling. You also have their solar panels that are there. Coming out to that part of Hanover Avenue is a fairly steep grade. And there is curvature in Hanover Avenue, which creates a sight distance issue as people come down that hill.
Doesn't Morris View also have that same grading down the hill? Oh, doesn't Morris View also have that same grading? It's on the same hill.
Well,
Yeah, but Morris View comes out to Catch.
Mr. Keller, can you answer the question of this gentleman who just asked it of you?
I don't know the elevation of the Morris View Healthcare Facility. It is up the hill. As I said, the topo that we show, it continues to rise behind Building 1. How far it goes, I don't know what it is.
Can Ms. Mazdiak maybe advise the extent to which the county has agreed to provide land beyond that which it has already agreed to provide?
We do not have the rights to land that is not otherwise provided for. We are proposing development on the property that the county has agreed to provide for this specific project.
Have they agreed to provide 1 inch beyond?
No.
I have a question to follow up on that. Have you asked the county to provide land beyond that?
Yes, we've had many discussions, and the redeveloper, in addition, or the applicant here, in addition to the township, have had many discussions with the county just to get to this particular piece of land, which was candidly smaller when we started than what you see today.
And the county refused to provide an access point to Hanover?
The county agreed only to provide the land that we have today.
That's not my question. I'm an attorney too. I can.
I understand what you're asking, and the response
Answer-
that we can provide to you is that this is what the county has agreed to give to us based on our discussions, and this is the access that we have. We don't otherwise have access because of all of the reasons that our expert has provided to you as to why it is problematic to go to Hanover Avenue.
So did you ask, did the county decline to provide access to Morris View?
No. It was not asked to go to Morris View because of the engineering concerns with going there and because with getting there, in addition to the conversations we had as to the land that was provided.
What were the engineering concerns to get to Morris View?
So the county provided us with this particular piece of property. We had to have negotiations for a very long time with the county to get to this particular piece of property. Access was provided to us from Ketch Road. Our engineering team, as you had heard, reviewed getting out to Hanover Avenue, which is not possible for the reasons that were stated.
Sure.
The access was not considered back to Morris View because it was not offered as an option
Not
for this
offered by
particular
whom?
project.
Sir, I think the question has been asked and answered.
Not answered.
I'm sorry.
But not answered.
I'm sorry, sir. The question has been answered.
I'll rephrase the question then.
Excuse me. We have to have some discipline in the room. We're all respectful of each other. It's respectful to be respectful of each other. I'm the chairman of the planning board tonight. You've asked your question. If you'd like to restate it, you're more than welcome, but we're not going to sit here all night until you get the answer you want to get.
I just want an answer. Did the applicant request access to Morris View?
No,
Okay, so that concept was never discussed whatsoever.
no, it was not.
Okay.
Thank you.
And
Do you
if
have,
I may-
do you have another question of one of the witnesses?
Mr. Chairman, if I may repeat what I said earlier for the benefit of counselor who may have missed it earlier. It's not provided for in the redevelopment plan that governs the zoning that limits this planning board as
heard that.
I believe you understand, correct?
I do understand. My
Thank you.
question was more to understand why it was never, because there's, 50 people here?
No, we understand. The answer was that it's not, but also legally, this board cannot require it, as you understand.
I'm not asking the board to require
But
it.
that's what we're here for tonight, sir. We're here for this site plan application. We're not I respect where you're coming from, a resident of the township. I'm going to have similar issues in my backyard.
I'm not just a resident of the township. I'm
Oh.
literally the house. You can see, that's my house.
No, I understand that, but you've asked your questions. We need to move on.
Okay, I don't know which, I think it would maybe be you. What's the construction going to be like in terms of noise and how we're going to limit that with timing of the day, things like that? Because I'm literally, that's my house.
In terms of the actual construction
Yeah.
operation, that would have to follow.
I think council
Yeah,
can address that.
Mr. Iglesias, I can address that. So as part, if this is approved and if a final site plan is approved,
When?
we are required to enter into a developer's agreement with the municipality. And one portion of the developer's agreement, the purpose of it is to regulate how construction happens, the hours, the noise, the dust, and how all of, so the entire process of construction is governed by not only that agreement, but the underlying ordinance that the municipality has for all construction in the municipality. In addition to just that document, there's a pre-construction meeting that happens with the board and township engineer, in addition to other municipal employees, in order to orchestrate how that construction is going to happen and the timing of when, in terms of, not starting at 6 a.m. And there are ordinance requirements for when that can happen.
Do I have any input at all directly, or do you contact us directly, or is it only through this type of setting?
The ordinance of the township establishes those boundaries, and then we meet directly with the municipality. The developer's agreement is a governing body document, so it'll be a township committee document.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Gail Sulkin, 39 Tall Timber Drive. Respectfully, I understand that you use, for traffic, you use a tool that talks to you about peak hours. I have a question because you're talking about using a driveway that is also shared access to a park, and peak hours in the morning and the afternoon are not necessarily peak hours for the park. That park is used on Sundays for soccer games over and over and over again, with lots of car traffic and lots of kids walking around and moms pushing strollers and dads with kids in each hand. And I'm wondering if you've looked at both township liability, if there is an accident there, if there are 3 fire trucks that turn onto a road when there's a soccer game that has 100 people, including kids, darting back and forth, or soccer games going on, or soccer practices. I'd really like to know if the township has thought about their liability if somebody gets hurt by a car entering the 50-person unit because they are using and sharing access that is also used by a park. Because I have 3 kids. I know that they don't walk on sidewalks. I don't know about your kids.
I'm going to answer you in a simple way. If you're asking a question for the witness, he can answer it. If you're asking a question about things that are not contemplated in the site plan, we can't answer that.
Well, I not only asked him if, okay, here, question number 1. How many of the housing units that you've built also share driveways and entrances with parks?
How many? I don't know. I know that we have done that. We did a project in Hanover Township, across from the municipal building. They have fields there, and it leads into a fairly large residential community. It's not unusual.
And is it wooded, and does it go down so that people can't necessarily see who's walking up? Or is it flat where there's full visual access?
Each situation is different.
Correct. So I'm just hearing you say that you have not gone to the county, you haven't contemplated going out to Hanover Avenue, you haven't contemplated going through the existing parking lots of the other units, either ARC-owned or low-income senior housing that's also on that block, in order to get out. But you are only contemplating using access to a park, where there are children and young families and oftentimes lots of people. So I'm asking if there's any way to calculate that risk of somebody getting hurt.
I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also like to know how long this project would be to build. How long are we talking? 1 month, 6 months, a year?
Probably 15 to 18 months.
And are there going to be trucks bringing supplies and things in through Ketch Road that would compete with buses that go in and out of those neighborhoods, dropping off kids, picking up kids?
Yes, the trucks would enter via Ketch Road. That's the access to this site. Yes, they would be using those roads.
Earlier, you spoke about having a potential alternate entrance for emergency vehicles. Could that emergency vehicle entrance be used for all construction vehicles that would be entering that site?
No.
Could you provide a reason for that no?
They'd still, first they would still use Ketch Road, and then they would be driving through Morris View's parking lot. The housing authority is not going to want construction vehicles to another development running through their parking lot. So
Sir, all due respect, the residents don't want construction vehicles driving through our neighborhood. So.
Okay, I think we're bordering on testimony and commentary. You will have an opportunity to do that, and as soon as the questions are asked, if you're more than welcome to come back up and give us whatever opinions and comments you want to have. These are just questions.
Those were questions.
Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm back. Kim Stive, 24 Tall Timber Drive. In an attempt to lighten the mood like a little bit, a question on the clubhouse. So probably for the architect, how will you restrict the clubhouse entrance to residents? Will it be a key fob? And is there going to be a way to track, can any resident just bring in 20 people and have a party? Because that's right. We're bringing a lot of people into the area. So how are we going to limit access?
This is probably a question for the attorney.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can answer this on behalf of the applicant. There is a management company that is on site that has regular hours throughout the week, just like any other rental community, and any types of parties or events or if someone wants to bring guests in for an organized, I guess we can call it an event, but whatever it may be, activity at the clubhouse has to be run through the management company. So the lease will also have rules and regulations as a part of it, which are enforceable by the community.
Will somebody from the management company be on site 24? Like, what if a resident doesn't ask and just throws a party without telling anybody? I guess that's a fear.
Yes,
question.
so that, like it is in any residential neighborhood, is an instance where candidly we would expect the member of the public who is bothered by it to call the police, who would come and enforce it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Lee Goldberg, 10 Arrowhead Road. My questions are on a variety of different subject matters that were covered by these witnesses tonight. So I guess I will start with the architects. Can you bring up a rendering of the rear of one of these units? I'm not sure if you showed that earlier, but what the rear of the buildings look like. Can that?
We'll get it up on the screen, Mr. Inglesi.
Yeah, I'm working to find one of them, but it's also not going to be representative of the final design. As we spoke to this evening, we are going to work with the planner and redesign the rear of the facades and also prepare a design report in connection with the requirements of the underlying ordinance that are applicable.
So for example, I mean, I can't see the over there. Is the rear?
This is the rear of building one.
And is the rear of the building depicting any exits from the ground floor units into the rear, or
No.
so there's
Actually, in none of the three buildings is there a rear door.
in none of them there's a rear yard. So okay, that answers my next question. Was there going to be any sort of platform or landing out there for the rear for the people?
So the answer is no, there's no rear doors.
No rear doors.
In terms of treatment, building one has one story of the same stone veneer that wraps around the building. It It has a series of double windows in each of the units that have the same trim and double height treatment that happens in the bays on the front. There just isn't the gables, and there's not as much, there's very little in and out.
Very little in and out,
There's
yes.
stepping in terms of color from sort of AB, like on the same as the front, but the relief in terms of plan and some of the detailing is less than, as we discussed before.
And
Okay.
Mr. Ingles, that is the facade that we are, again, to confirm, going to be working on with the board's planner.
That's
in
correct.
advance of
We've
final.
agreed to relook at the rear elevations of all three buildings, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the community building, in the exterior space, again, I think Ms. Van Order had mentioned children living in the neighborhood. Is there any sort of outdoor space planned for a couple of picnic benches, any swing set, anything at all for the families?
Yes, there is. There's a play area next to the north of the community building, of the clubhouse.
Can you bring up the site plan? I think it's very clear to see it.
Right.
Maybe it was specified before and I just missed it.
No, we didn't go into it in detail. Your
Oh.
question's valid.
It hasn't been designed at this point. That would be at final, but the area between the clubhouse.
Maybe somebody could just point to the area. Oh, you got your cursor on there, but
Yeah,
maybe
right
a
there.
finger will be
Yep,
better.
That's it.
Ah, there you go. Thank you, Mr. Inglese. You're doing
Okay.
double duty tonight.
So there will be,
And there's a covered veranda at the back of the gathering space in the back of the clubhouse. So there's a small outdoor area here that would probably have some seating in it as well.
okay, very good, thank you. And then Mr. Keller had also referred to I guess, the lighting fixtures, 14 foot. Any other lighting elements to illuminate the rear of these buildings that's facing toward anything else?
That's it. That's on him.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, you refer,
We're
that's why it's a little
not putting-
confusing. You were talking about lighting,
We are lighting the parking lot, the driveways, and the fronts of the building, and we're illuminating the sidewalk down to Ketch Road. That is the only lighting that we show on our site plans.
We haven't discussed the back of some of these buildings, like the back of building one faces out onto the woods and the wetlands area. So I'm actually thinking that that's probably not a facade that we really want to light. But in other instances, we've had building mounted lights, low height building mounted lights that are just on motion sensors. So if you're doing some kind of maintenance out there, you could have some light when you need it, but there's really no walkway or active space behind building one or behind building two. And in terms of building three, we don't want to necessarily throw a lot of light on our neighbor as well. So-
Naturally.
But there would be wall-mounted building lights at the entrances to each of those individual entrances in the townhouse-style units and at the entrances to all the stair areas at building one.
And that would be presented, I guess, at final site plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then to your point, and I guess it was raised by another resident as well, in terms of the supportive units, you had mentioned that you like to sort of spread them out throughout the community so that they're not all sort of made to feel like, they're clumped together for any particular reason, not that there's, it just is what it is. I mean, it's sort of, these are all affordable units. I think this is the only affordable unit in the township, so we're putting it all in one place anyway. So, but to the point of it being electrical and having generators and doing that as efficiently as possible, would it make more sense to have them co-located? Because if this area is prone to power failures, rather than have them spread out, multiple generators throughout, I'm just asking from an architectural or engineering.
If we end up doing it, they're very small. So we're talking about, if we're talking about just DG units, you'd be looking at a generator that's probably 4 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot. So, we're not looking at like a large generator that you might have seen that's as tall as a person.
Right.
So I think placement of something like that is probably no more problematic than putting the air conditioning condenser on the ground.
Okay.
And Mr. Goldberg, to just further answer your question, there are particular requirements by the state for where the supportive units are located. So even if we wanted to place them all together in one location within the property, we can't do that, or we'd be in violation of the state regulation.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I didn't know if that was just an option or a choice but it's mandated. So thank you for clarifying that. On one of the renderings of the front of the units, I can't tell, that was brought up. Is there on the second floor units, does that first one on your top picture there on the far left, is there any sort of outdoor access? It looks like there's almost like a deck up there above with some fence railing.
That's on the two-story units. We didn't mention that before. On the two-story buildings, at the corners where there's a 3-bedroom unit, there's a small balcony.
That will be accessible from the unit,
Correct.
not just
See
decorative.
that right above your head. I'll show you.
Yeah, well, it's hard to tell if this is a window or a door.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, so, okay. So the corner units will have outdoor access.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I know in the general development plan, there's, I guess, a waiver for the environmental impact statement. I'm not sure if, did you give environmental testimony? I heard you talking about wetlands earlier, Mr. Keller, so I don't know if this question would be appropriate for you. So I guess given there's a waiver, there will not be one done. Is that accurate?
Mr. Keller, could you use the microphone just so that we can get it on the recording, sir?
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
So the redevelopment plan, it's not a waiver that we're asking. It's not required. I did give environmental testimony because of the wetlands on the property. We are going to, and we have already looked at environmental concerns with this property, and we've addressed them, both from a phase 1 perspective and also from a wetlands perspective. But the EIS is not a requirement in the redevelopment plan.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Just before you, next question, just going to supplement that. To provide for the benefit of anyone that wasn't at the public hearing on the redevelopment plan, I had clarified that the language in our redevelopment plan for the exemption from an EIS is more appropriately a clarification that this development in its intensity and type of development would not trigger an EIS as required by our township code. So had that language not been in the redevelopment plan, the extent of proposed development, the size of the development in total and subdivision and site plan would not trigger our environmental impact statement requirements. So there is not a requirement of our code that is being exempted for this developer.
It's not a requirement from our code that is being exempted.
Correct. If this application was made under a normal site plan application without a redevelopment plan, there would be no change in the requirements for the environmental impact.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I know it was brought up at last week's township committee meeting. I know, as you may be aware, we do have an environmental commission within the township. So if the applicant will be willing to maybe get a report from them and take that into consideration heading into final site plan, would that be something you'd be willing to indulge and participate in? Or is that even a valid question or an option?
Well, I'll let you answer.
Sure. So our understanding is that all applications are distributed to the necessary committees and departments for review. So to the extent that there is a review letter issued between now and the time of final, it's certainly something that we would review and comment on.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know this has been talked about numerous times previously tonight, but the hot box was one of my questions. I still have a question about it. I think you had mentioned they could be unattractive. Was it the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, a refrigerator? How big is this type of unit?
It depends on the specifics of what the water company requires. They are generally about 6 feet high, 6 feet deep, and they vary in length, generally a minimum of 14 feet long.
14 feet or what? I'm sorry, or long? Oh, 14 feet long at a maximum,
Not a maximum, generally.
generally. So 6 by,
It depends on the specifics of each installation.
workers don't want
And it's required by the water company. It's
Sure.
not something,
They landscape
you know, it's not something that we want to build.
naturally, but you were referring to it as unattractive and just trying to get a sense of,
Which is why we said we would landscape it, and we would also, because the basic box is aluminum.
Okay, Mr. Goldberg, any other questions?
yes, I do have other
Okay.
questions. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, very good. In terms of, if you could bring back the site plan, Mr. Keller, with the access road. So is there any way to scroll this up a little? So, thank you. So with this road here is currently existing, correct?
That is correct.
Correct. This walkway path is not existing,
Correct.
correct? Is there an engineering reason, and I think the woman that spoke to twice before me, about safety and kids walking along this road, is there any reason, from an engineering perspective, why it has to tie around here and actually almost weave into the road because of the high traffic nature of multiple games and all this? Why would we want to bring folks in towards the road to walk versus maybe cutting in through this way and not bringing them as close to traffic? Is because of the way the land is or the lot alignments? Or?
Generally, we put sidewalks along roadways. It exists all along Ketch Road.
Okay,
The reason that it veers away from the driveway, as I said before, is for ADA accessibility. But generally, we like to follow the roadway.
okay. Thank you. In terms of, I have a question about snow removal. Will the township be responsible for the snow removal? That'll be privately managed.
Privately managed.
Is the plan to cart the snow off-site and take it off in big storms, or where would you see, like, so for example, if they can't put it back up in here because of the garbage container, and that would also block the fire truck from being able to turn around, in my estimation. So where would the snow go?
There are areas on the site that they would be placed. It depends on how much snow that we get. There are areas where it could be placed. In an unusually big snowstorm, yes, it may need to be carted off. So there are areas where it can be placed.
Could you point out where those areas might be, or?
Scattered throughout the site. I mean, they would be off the roadways where we don't have sidewalk, beyond parking spaces.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And you had mentioned that the requirement for the site is 75 parking spaces, but you're providing 89. The rationale for that is just to be overly generous with parking, or is there any, what's the rationale behind that? Because this appears to me to be sort of, from my estimation, a minimal viable build out here. So why the extra parking?
Well, the redevelopment plan requires a reduced amount of parking compared to RSIs. In discussions with the applicant, we felt that it was appropriate. When we may not build as much as we show. I mean, the other thing is placing parking where it's convenient to each of the buildings, and to provide access for visitors. So, we may choose not to build it all. We may look at it again and reduce that number. But we think this is the right number.
And does the existence of the clubhouse factor into that number?
No.
No? So, okay. You'd also alluded to, I think, the fact that in these particular units, there's a lower level of likelihood of people to own automobiles. Could you just elaborate on that?
For the supportive housing.
Oh, for the supportive housing
Right.
units. Okay,
Not for the rest of them,
right.
just for the supportive housing.
And then you also referenced that, and so because they're in supportive housing, additional vehicles and trips may be coming there because of the nature of the fact that they're supportive housing.
When I did our trip generation calculations, I wanted to be conservative, and I did not discount the 50 units for the supportive housing. So,
Okay, All right, thank you. And in terms of slopes, I know slopes were mentioned, but no plan for a need for any sort of steep slopes variance or anything on the site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I did have two questions for Mr. Warner based on his comments, but is that permissible to ask him?
Certainly, go right ahead.
Okay, so, okay,
Mr. Warner would love to answer you.
thank you so much.
Wait a minute, does Mr. Warner get to answer whether it's permissible? No, come on, go ahead.
So, Mr. Warner, I think, just to be clear, because I think in some of the commentary that was made about the third and fourth round, I think you had made the comment that we're satisfied with our fourth round obligation, but I don't think you meant that we've satisfied it, like we've built out the units, but we're satisfied with the numbers. So if you could just clarify that.
Sure, no, I'll clarify. As of, all municipalities had a deadline of June 30 to submit a housing element and fair share plan as a municipality to demonstrate that it can satisfy its fourth round obligation, which we reduced by almost 200 units on behalf of the township through the concerted efforts of all those involved, including the governing body and all professionals. That plan, a very, very viable plan that demonstrates satisfaction with the entirety of that fourth round from 2025 to 2035 that I talked about, that entire 10-year period obligation, the plan that satisfies, that shows how it will be satisfied over that time frame, was put together by Liz Laney and Paul Phillips. That was submitted prior to June 30, having been adopted by the planning board and having been endorsed by our township committee. So as of today, we continue to have compliance and repose and to be immune from builders remedy lawsuits, as we have been, if I recall correctly, since the start of this process almost 50 years ago.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then my final question for you is, with your initial comments of how we got here originally, I think you had alluded to the fact something, and I want to make sure I heard this correctly, because the way I interpreted it was that on something about the litigation with the Drew Forest, that you saw how that judge, or the judge reacted to that, and did that then guide our decision on how to move forward with litigation, or what was the linkage there between that you were trying to draw there?
Sure. When I tried to do a 15 or 17-year history and summarize it in a few minutes, my reference was at the time of that particular litigation that spawned this settlement agreement with this 50-unit, 100% affordable obligation at a particular site. We were litigating fair share, was looking for about 200 units, i.e. what could have been about 1,000 units in total here and elsewhere throughout our municipality. And at the same time as that litigation was going on, and we were aggressively defending and made a motion to dismiss that litigation, a very similar case was going on in Madison involving Drew University, and in particular their forest. Same judge, he denied their motion to dismiss. And then ultimately, I guess the phrase is proof in the pudding, Madison lost that litigation. So one can reasonably assume that had we not resolved it, we'd be looking at not only not having the Red Bulls facility and who knows what in those 80 acres right now, but one can also reasonably assume we would have gotten hit with a 200-unit affordable obligation that may have had to have been satisfied through an inclusionary project with 1,000 units. So that was my only, that's why I referenced what I referenced. A lot goes into any settlement of any litigation, as you know, that might have been part of the thought process.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
Thank you for
we've
clarifying.
deviated from the site plan application
Very much
questions,
so, and
but we
it's-
wanted
I
to give you
caused
that
it, my
opportunity, Mr. Goldberg.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it because
Thank you.
it's
Great.
good to understand that.
We'll let the next person come up now.
Good evening, Andrew Ortmanis, 3 Manor Drive. This could be short. Oh, Andrus Ortmanis, 3 Manor Drive. This could be short. If Moore's Catch Road LLC does go ahead and this is constructed, I just want to confirm, we had some lively discussion about shared access to a park and, and the development. I just want to confirm that we will no longer have a park and an adjoining soccer field in our neighborhood that is walkable for our children and young families. Is that correct?
I don't even know how to answer that question.
Well, the question is pretty easy to answer.
No, you're trying
Like a soccer
to,
field
sir.
and a park.
Yeah, no, I think
I'm
you're,
going to swear you in when you want to say that, in your opinion, that's not going to be the
Yeah.
case. But if you want to ask one of their witnesses whether that's the case or not,
Oh, yes.
they could, then let's see if they can
That's, well,
answer.
that's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'll
sure.
tilt my body over here and ask the,
Sure.
ask the
That's some-
engineer.
Is that something one of the witnesses can answer or counsel can answer? Or is it a
Is-
rhetorical question?
Well, I think is the question, are we eliminating
Yes, so
soccer
you're
fields in a
eliminating
park?
the park and the soccer fields.
No,
The
this
park-
project is not going in an area where the soccer fields and park are. It's currently vacant open space. It's not a soccer field currently. That will remain.
The soccer field will survive and the Ketch Road Park will survive as well for our children?
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Here's the soccer field.
Hold on, I'm moving the boxes so that it's not over there.
Okay. So here's the access drive. Here are the two existing playgrounds, and here's the soccer field. So
All
they're on
right.
the other side of that access road.
Okay, thank you. I'll get my prescription changed on these glasses.
thank you. Next, please.
Sorry. Adam Weisberg of One Manor Drive again.
No, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go for it.
I like to say good afternoon or good night to everyone.
All right, good night.
You don't want to know my name, but anyway. Thank you. My name is Dorothy Johnson, and I live at 93 Ketch Road for the last 25 years. And I'm so grateful that our residents gave us a notice of this meeting when it mentioned where I live. I wanted to know what they were planning where I live. And so now that I've heard more than I thought I would hear tonight, I'm going to be brief to the planning board.
Excuse me, ma'am. I don't mean to cut you off, but it sounds like you're going to offer testimony.
No, this is not a testimony.
Is it a question for one of the witnesses? Because you'll have an opportunity to come back up. There's three people behind you that have questions.
Okay.
And then you're more than welcome to come up and say
Chairman,
whatever
I
it is
could
you'd like to
also
say.
swear Ms. Johnson in if she wishes to.
Is that okay with the three people waiting? Ms. Johnson, since you're already there, we'll swear you in and we'll deviate from the procedure for a minute.
Oh, well, I'm not going to take advantage of that because I just.
No. We've agreed to allow you to do that. Mr. Warner, will you swear in Ms. Johnson?
May I swear you in, Ms. Johnson, if you raise your right hand, if you don't mind? Your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you, God.
Thank you,
I
Mrs.
will.
Johnson, and please proceed.
Excuse me, one other thing as a point of order. We're going to limit the comments to 3 minutes, and I'll be keeping time, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. So go ahead whenever you're ready to start.
That was one suggestion I had, limiting time. But anyway, I would like, it's not a question. It's just a statement, and I think that you need to hear that. To the planning board, I hope you consider this group who has come to get permission to build housing for people who really need it. I only say that because it's not often that these kinds of housing are built in these communities. And so on behalf of those who live where I live, in the senior complex, live where I used to live in my own home 25 years ago, I hope that you will consider their offer to build decent housing for people who need a decent place to live. Thank you so much for listening. This is my first time being here, and I see that there are other people who are coming to find out and encourage you to keep working together so that all of us would be comfortable in a place that is nice for us.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. Anyone else? Is this a question, ma'am, or are you going to make a comment?
I have a question.
Great, go right ahead. Give us your name and address, please.
Good evening, everyone. I am Reverend Francina Sapp. My address is 97 Ketch Road, apartment 3B3. Amen. I have 3 short questions. First one, a very simple one. You mentioned that there was 3 of the apartments that had 3 bedrooms. How many bathrooms?
3-bedroom apartments all have 2 bathrooms.
2 bath? Oh, good. I didn't hear that. Thank you, thank you. And the second question was, you mentioned about the sidewalks. Are there going to be sidewalks that lead from each one of the buildings? From B, because you have 3. So there will be. Okay, that's good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's see, what was the other one? Oh, the laundry room. Is there laundry room on each floor of the buildings that are 3 stories or just 1?
Sure. Each unit will have access to their own personal laundry service.
Oh, wonderful.
In addition to the community building, which will have community laundry.
Oh, okay. Very good, very good. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Weisberger? I'm sorry,
Weisberg, that's
Weisberg, sorry.
the light it's on the intersection of Ketch and Manor. Is there a street light there that is being installed?
We are putting a pole-mounted light on the corner of the driveway and Ketch Road. We have a 14-foot high post-top fixture located in that location.
Which way is it going to be facing? Like, is it going to be facing Ketch?
Faces down.
Oh, it'll face down?
Yes, it's a full cutoff fixture. One of the board members asked me, it's dark
Night
sky.
sky, yep.
Yeah.
So would that light impact my house at One Manor across the street?
No.
Okay. I guess this is a question for Mr. Warner or maybe the board, I'm not sure.
Ask the question.
Is it possible to deny the site plan and require an investigation as to whether the county would allow Morris View as the entry and access, the access point?
Mr. Warner, we'll let you answer that legally.
The board will decide whether the application is approved or denied. From a legal perspective, if the board were to deny this application for even the inquiry of whether or not access can be provided other than is required by the redevelopment plan, which is the ordinance that governs the zoning and governs this board, unfortunately, I would have to opine that would be a basis for denial that I and any other attorney would not be able to defend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, ma'am. It's okay. Take your time. I'm going to ask you just to give us 1 second. I see that I'm over by 5 minutes on our required stop time. I'm going to ask for a motion from one of the board members to extend the hearing till 11 o'clock at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Can we do that as a hand vote?
All in favor is.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Jacqueline.
I'm going to get fired after tonight.
Jacqueline Pisciotto, 14 Cornhill Drive. I appreciate your tolerance right now. I'm asking for clarification on some things. The sidewalk that you were talking about, speaking of, is that going from, now that I can really see your map, is that going from Ketch Road down to
No.
Is Hanover Avenue?
There already is a sidewalk that goes from down Ketch Road to the Housing Authority driveway.
Yes, because it does go to the corner.
Correct.
But you weren't talking about in front of the soccer field and towards
I also stated that there is an existing sidewalk that runs down Ketch Road towards Lake Road. But we're building a sidewalk from the existing sidewalk on Ketch Road into our site.
into your site.
Correct.
But you're not going this way.
It already exists.
No, there's,
Well,
no.
it's on the east side
It's
of
on the
Ketch
other
Road. We're not building one on the ball field side because you have one across the street.
Perfect. That was, oh, sorry, I lost my son. Sorry. I do have a question. Lighted sign, is there a reason for the lighted sign? I mean, I live in Butterworth and my sign's not lighted. Why does it need to stay, like, if there's gonna be a light there, why does it have to be lit?
It's very soft lighting just to show the name of the community.
Answer that. The building, you said it's minimally visible. The first building, sorry. The first building is minimally visible from like Manor and people that are right on the corner there.
The area is, there's a lot of existing vegetation that is not being disturbed. There's additional vegetation that's being proposed. So
But in the winter, that would change that.
it depends, I don't know specifically where we put evergreens, which would provide a greater year-round buffer.
Okay. The management for the housing you said is on site, correct? Is this road a private road or is this a township road going into the complex?
The roads within the proposed lot 6 are private.
Just the road then going into the playground is public?
I don't know what the maintenance responsibilities are, whether it's a township. We have an access easement over that between the owner of Lot 1, which is the county, and our property.
So therefore, I don't know if it's to this question, but so plowing and garbage becomes responsibility of the township?
Plowing within the community would be the responsibility of the community. The access road in is already taken care of by the township and will continue to be taken care of by the township. I'm sorry if I answered the question out of line, Mr. Warner.
That entrance going into Ketch, it does slope down. You're not changing the grade of that? It's going to stay like that?
Correct.
Okay, so coming up, will there be any type of mirrors for them? You know, like sometimes they have them on the, like your lighted posts to be able to see? To have more
There's no need for that. There's adequate sight distance at that driveway in both directions for exiting vehicles from that driveway to see approaching vehicles on Ketch Road.
I just want to ask about the units. So this is now, I guess, I'm assuming it's privately owned. Is that how I'm assuming this whole entire complex is? So affordable housing is not these residents get to own, like it's like a condo. It's not. It's renters coming in and out.
Yes.
Correct. With that, I know you were saying that you're allowed 2 people in a bedroom. Well, we know that in Morristown and Morris Township, rentals, there's a lot of problems with stacking. So how is that going to be handled in controls? And I know that's for a fact.
So the lease agreements that are signed by the residents have limitations on occupancy. So if they violate that, it's a violation of the lease and it's handled by the management company and owner as such.
Everyone else has just questions. And so, I just have one more question. At last week, they had talked about West Hare Avenue is a county road. So is any thought about sidewalks going down? So like if you're at Ketch Road, you've come out of the complex and you're taking right onto Hanover Avenue. Is there any thought of sidewalks going down that road? Because there was voiced concerns about people, because there are no sidewalks, and you are gonna have people in a few units that are disabled or lower income to be able to take their wheelchairs and go down that road. Is there gonna be any type of sidewalks built there, so they're not going through down Manor Drive and making their path through to Gomez and Middle School? Does anybody have any idea about that?
Well, from the
That's
play,
a different meeting.
no, that is out, maybe council could answer the question.
Sure. So that's outside of the scope of this particular application and would be governed by the county since it's their jurisdiction. So we don't have any plans for installing sidewalks in the county right of way off track of this particular project.
My question is why, because it is a very four-lane highly dangerous road, and you have no access for people to move about. That's just not your concern.
Can you or the township, for that matter, dictate to the county whether sidewalks can be constructed along a county road?
We cannot.
Hey, then I'll give you after Jacqueline. It's 14 Cornhill Drive. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Hi, I'm Joe Ford,
You could hold it if you'd like, if that's more comfortable.
10 Homewood Drive. Quick question, Mr. Coward, first to you. The animals are safe, right? We did a study to show the animals are safe.
The animals?
Yeah. We did environmental study, animals in the whole area are safe.
We're disturbing a very small area within a very large tract, so, I mean, there's some displacement, but, you know, not a lot.
Second question to you guys. Why didn't we do a similar test for our kids? I got kids that drive up and down that road going in and out of the park every day. I go running there 6:15 at night. I see 15, 20 kids up and down there. Why didn't we ask them to do some kind of a study on, all right, this traffic, it's going to be increased traffic. You got to know that there's going to be chances for injury, for accidents. Why didn't you guys? I mean, you guys represent us, right? I mean, that's not one person brought up kids tonight in the neighborhood. I mean, one person did. That's not true. That's my biggest. You know what? Everyone needs a place to live. I'm fine with all that. Why didn't we do a study on the impact of safety to our kids? That's it.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else have any questions?
You guys can answer that.
No, we can't answer that question, sir. It has nothing to do with the application tonight. You have an opportunity to get up and give a commentary, and then you can ask the question again as a rhetorical question.
Ask that question, this whole process. You guys just don't care about the kids.
No, that's not.
Don't put words in the planning board's mouth, please, and or anyone else's. In fairness, nobody should do that to you or anyone else either. And as far as the governing body adopting a redevelopment plan ordinance, this planning board is subject to that ordinance. That's the zoning that they're permitted to address. And this is, in essence, a fully conforming site plan. So there is only limited jurisdiction that this board has to address essential elements such as landscaping, stormwater, etc. Again, you can turn during the public comment, which will be very shortly. I'll swear you in, and you can make that question into a comment that you think that's something that someone along the line should have done. I suspect it was considered by the legislative branch of our municipality, but it is not something that this board has within its control for site plan and subdivision purposes. They can only look at stormwater, ensure the feasibility.
So why do we ask about the kids?
When can you ask about the kids?
When do we get answers? They ask, when do we get answers?
You
We all have business there.
May I answer this question?
Sure, go ahead.
We always think about all the people. It may not be top front in the question itself, but our questions always consider the community. And so we might not say, what about the kids here? But it's built into our questions. We do this a lot, and it's built into everything that we want to know, because it's processes for our community. The process is to improve our community. There are things that we cannot control, but the questions we ask and our concerns about a development always include people who live in our community.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for either of these, actually for any of these four witnesses?
Sir, is that mic turned on?
We don't think the mic is on.
Okay.
We have an engineer.
Anyone want to take a shot at pronouncing his name correctly?
Yeah, it works. So is there, ma'am, do you have a question for any of the witnesses? We might not be able to hear you, ma'am, that's why.
Don't worry, I won't sing.
Just give us your name and address again, please.
Jacqueline Pachado, 14 Cornhill Drive. I have just a question about the, you said you don't think a lot of the animals will be displaced, that it's just a small amount. So there will not be any type of study on the animals in the area?
No.
Nothing will be done?
There's no.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for any of these four witnesses?
Lee Goldberg, 10 Arrowhead Road. I just had one more question about the number of units and the credits that the township gets. So last week we learned about the sale of 4 Old Turnpike Road. It's going to be like a co-home facility because it's a special type of facility. It counts for 10 units rather than the 5 rooms that are going to be there. So because this is 50 units and it's all affordable, is there any bonus allocation to our total number for the round, or is it just 50 straight units?
Probably first and foremost, this is outside the jurisdiction of the planning board with respect to the subdivision site plan application that we're hearing this evening. So that said, it's my understanding that the 50-unit obligation would satisfy the 50-unit obligation in the settlement agreement. I don't know that we would be able to get bonus credits. We may have maxed out on them in the 3rd round and 4th round anyway. Right? Did we maxed? I'm sorry. The planner's going to answer that question.
Okay, so this is a 3rd round site, right? So 3rd round rules apply. In the 3rd round, you could get rental bonuses, and this is a rental project. We had maxed out our rental bonuses prior to this project, but this project has essentially increased our obligation by 50 units. So we are contesting, if you read the 4th round plan, which is fine if you didn't because it's boring, but it is a 25% of that 50 units would be a bonus. So of those 50, we'd get 50, then we would get an additional, 12 and a half, 12 and a half bonus credits. And so that is what we have put in our 4th round plan. You know, this wasn't something that was part of the settlement agreement with Fair Share Housing Center, so they might have something to say about it, but we think we're entitled to that 12 and a half bonus credits.
Thank you. Again, are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'd like a motion. Yes, Ms. Johnson.
To the planning board, how long will it take you to make a decision? To the contractor, how long will it take you to start working?
Ms. Johnson, I think you're you're not asking really questions. You're trying to make a point. And I'd like Mr. Warner, do we need to re-swear in Mrs. Johnson or?
That's okay. No, she
Okay.
remains under oath to the extent it's a point and to the extent it's a question.
I'll try to tee up the question to the planning board. When this hearing is over tonight, the planning board will then have an opportunity to discuss the merits versus the detriments of the project. So one of us will make a motion to either approve or disapprove, and then we'll take a vote on it if it is seconded and there's no discussion. So that could happen fairly quickly if we get to that point, but we're not there just yet. I can't speak for the contractors.
So we still have to, as we spoke about this evening, file for a final site plan application, which will come after the tax credit applications. So as soon as we have that approval and resolution compliance complete for it, as you heard earlier, the construction timeline is 15 to 18 months from that final approval. So 2 to 3 years, maybe 2 years would be the hope. Yeah, before it's completed.
Thank you. Can I get a motion from one of the board members to close the questioning of the witnesses?
So moved.
Second. Can I do that as a hand vote?
No, that's fine. A voice.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, now we're going to open up public commentary. So if anyone has a comment they'd like to make, we're going to give everyone 3 minutes, and I will raise my hand when you're at 30 seconds. So just give me a look every now and then as you're speaking. And I'll need your name. I'm sorry, Mr. Warner.
No, you're
We'll
right.
need your name and address, and then Mr. Warner will swear you in because, as he's mentioned, this is a quasi-judicial hearing.
Please raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please proceed.
So I can't tell you going into this, I couldn't feel more helpless. And as someone mentioned in the last board meeting, they wish they'd taken a civics class, and just like listening to you guys, I definitely wish that I had paid so much more attention. I represent the over 400 now petitioners, homeowners, and voters in the area, and I can actually do this with you, that are asking you to hold off on approving this at this point. So I'm representing a very large group of people within our neighborhood who are very concerned. And I understand that this is a planning board meeting, and I just also want to bring to light that the last board meeting, I know it's been very frustrating that a lot of these questions have been asked, but the last board meeting, a lot of the questions were deterred for this meeting, which is why I think a lot of people were bringing these things to your attention at this meeting. I understand that the decision for this location has been somewhat made on with, because there's a lot of different aspects that have gone into this, but as my husband reminds me and my 2 teenage daughters daily, big decisions without the proper planning, there's the repercussions for that it's very irresponsible to do. And I don't think that in this meeting, even today, we've gotten a lot of the answers that we needed as far as the planning for just the building site itself. There's been a lot of things that have been said that, oh, well, if you look into this, can we get this information? There's a lot of open-endedness, and I think that a lot of what's been presented today looks great on a piece of paper or on a rendering, but this is an area where people live. This is we all have homes in the neighborhood. Our children are interacting in the neighborhood, and to the same point that was made earlier, there's a lot of interaction that happens within the neighborhood as far as cars, traffic, kids, times of day things are happening in the park itself that have not been considered. More than one fire truck needing to get into this area. There's just a lot of things that are not really, the answers are not there. Obviously we brought up the concerns about our property values and our homes that we've invested our life savings into, and all of the other things at the last board meeting. And again, I understand that this is a planning meeting. But the biggest issue here is not just the emotions that we're having as homeowners, but the actual, again, this is a planning board meeting, and there is a tremendous amount of lack of actual planning that's going into this. This feels like an incredibly rushed decision, and we feel like this is being rushed through. again, I feel like this has been done. I guess I've got 30 seconds. So the last thing that I'm going to say is that we voted you guys in. So, and I understand that your obligation is to uphold the law, but your obligation is also to us as residents and taxpayers. And we are asking you to hold off on this until a reconsideration is made, at least as far as the entrance of Hutch Road. I think that's very fair for us. This isn't going to affect our community. We are not against low-income housing. We are against how this is being done and how it's being implemented into our actual community and our neighborhood. And I think it's only fair to say, to take a pause and think this through and make an educated decision, and don't rush to approve this plan until you really have a good
Ma'am, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else want to make a comment?
Yes, Brian O'Shea, 51 Petra Road. I've tied this up for 4 minutes.
Sir,
Please
you could
raise your right
push that
hand,
up a little
Brian.
bit more if you'd like.
I want your comment to have the weight of testimony like everybody else's. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Mr. Warner, I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. Many speakers already outlined in detail the reasons this development plan would harm our community. Rather than reiterate their well-reasoned arguments, I will focus on how we arrived at this point and what our community intends to do moving forward. When I say we, I refer to the 100+ members of the ad hoc group, Morris Township residents opposed to Ketch Road development plan. Many members of our group are here this evening despite the short notice provided for this public meeting. We harbor no illusions that our words will sway your decision. We understand these hearings may seem as a procedural formality and that the planner will likely approve. Nevertheless, we are resolute in our commitment to challenge this development at every stage. Our determination does not end tonight. Let's consider the composition of the planning board. While the township's population is roughly 1/3 Democrat, 1/3 Republican, and 1/3 unaffiliated, the 11-member board comprises 8 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and 1 unaffiliated. This imbalance limits healthy debate and reduces accountability, creating a climate that fosters rubber-stamped decisions rather than thoughtful deliberation. In 2019, I served on the Morris Township Democratic Committee when Jeff Grazel became mayor. I've since left the committee and no longer a registered Democrat. At that time, Mr. Grazel openly discussed his intent to appoint party loyalists to township committees, a process he coordinated with Mr. George Quillen, then a member of the Democratic Committee and now a planning board member. While appointees may have been accomplished in their careers, few had evident expertise in areas critical to planning, civil engineering, zoning law, or environmental science. Compliance appeared to be valued over competence. The committee's credibility is, from our perspective, compromised. I recall Mr. Grazel expressing his wish to fire Township Administrator Timothy Quinn for no other reason than party affiliation, despite Mr. Quinn's long and distinguished service to Morris Township. This level of partisanship undermines faith in the objectivity of township governments. We also note that there were missed opportunities and questionable decisions. One major misstep was the sale of the Honeywell property to the New York Red Bulls. This parcel would have been an ideal site for affordable housing, something our community agrees is needed if done responsibly. The rationale for this transaction remains unclear. Several over requests we submitted for related records have been denied, but our efforts to uncover the facts will continue. Updates will be posted to our Facebook page, Morris Township Residents Opposed to the Ketch Road Development Plan. We also question the Township Committee's assertion that they face a rigid state deadline. A lawsuit, legal challenge to New Jersey's 2024 household law, Public Law 24, Chapter 2, filed by numerous municipalities, suggested that they have been legal avenues to seek relief. Our legal team believes Morris Township could have joined that suit, potentially attaining both an extension and a cost-sharing arrangement. If our township realty even explore this option, it represents a grave oversight. I would also like to address some traffic and environmental concerns. The committee plans to exemption from the usual traffic and environmental studies required for a project of this scale. While technically accurate under Section 502 of Morris County's Land Development Standards,
Sir, you have 30 seconds left.
the absence of a requirement should not equate to an absence of responsibility. You can just shut me up when I get there. The proposed development falls below the thresholds for mandatory traffic study. Yet public safety demands that such a study be conducted voluntarily. Nearby intersections, especially Ketch Road, Hanover Avenue, County Road 650, already experience heavy traffic. Adding all these residential units will exacerbate congestion. Adjacent to this site lies the children's playground, Ketch Road Field, and nearby senior living facilities. The increase in vehicular activity presents real risks to our most vulnerable populations. Environmental concerns are equally pressing. The proposed site lies within the watershed management area for the Upper Passaic, Whitney, and Rockaway rivers. Construction could increase flooding risks, damage habitats, and result in the loss of over 100 mature trees and nesting areas for migratory birds. Required documents.
Sir, you're at your limit, and just for the record, I've let you go an extra minute. If you'd like to pass that on to somebody else, they could finish reading your speech for you. Thank you. Does anyone else have a comment they'd like to make? Yes, sir. Please stand, come up, give us your name and your address, and then you'll be sworn in.
You can just hold it.
Oh, I think you've shut it off. Excuse me, I've got to ask a board member to give us another 15 minutes, or we go to
I'll make
11:15.
that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
My name is Dale Porter. I live at 17 Mark Twain Drive. And
Mr. Porter, can you raise your right hand, please?
Oh, sure.
Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Porter, I'll be stopping you at 3 minutes.
Okay. My story isn't that long. We have an affordable housing project on Jean Street, which is in our subdivision, more or less. And the garbage containers are those big tubs. And there's garbage on the pavement all around them. The street lights, like this gentleman said, these 14 footers that are in this area, 20% of them are burned out. And on Jean Street, there's 5 regular street lamps, and they have been burned out for over a year. So, I mean, just because they're unaffordable doesn't mean we have to keep them in the dark.
Sir, that's a good point. I would encourage you to give the town a call tomorrow and let them know about the safety hazard, and they'll get somebody out there.
I have already done that. They've been burned out for a year. A year ago, I sent a letter to Chief Scherer and a letter to Tim Quinn.
Okay. I promise you, one of us will follow up on this tomorrow.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Sure. If you keep coming up, I'm going to memorize your name. We need your name, your address, and we'll have to swear you in.
Jacqueline Pashado, 14 Cornhill Drive.
Please raise your right
I
hand.
do.
Do you swear to, it's already up. Do you swear to God or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I completely agree with what Amy was saying about postponing and getting more information for the residents. We have lived here for a very long time. We have raised our families here, and we understand that this is going to happen. We're not trying to stop it. We're trying to stop the traffic. As you come out onto West Hanover Avenue, and there's a light up there, and there's got to be a way to navigate this traffic to that light to come out on Hanover Avenue, because coming out onto Ketch Road, out of coming up on that hill, I did it the other day to see what it was like, to make a left, there's going to be accidents. It is not a safe place to now start putting, and you're acting like it's a minimal amount of traffic. I don't agree with you. There's 80 parking spots. People are going to be going in and out. And so what is that going to cause? Not only accidents, but
I think your microphone, we'll stop the timer so that could be addressed. You're not getting caught on the recording, and that's what needs to happen. Thank you.
it's working. Okay. Switching.
I think it's working again.
Keep the backup in your mic.
Just have it ready.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So my concern as a resident is emergency services. What are we doing to our emergency services? There's going to be more calls in, more for the fire department and more for the police department, who are already stretched thin.
So I really would love for you to consider.
So, one second.
Oh, again?
Sonia, could we trouble you to pass that?
The other mic, she
mic?
needs a mic that works.
Okay.
Probably ran out of batteries.
We've stopped the clock. You're on bonus time. Okay, thank you.
So that is the reason why I really would like to reconsider and just get more information about rerouting this out to the light to go on West Hanover Avenue. So these residents who are, some of them could be disabled, who could seriously still be driving, can go out onto a safe road, which is West Hanover Avenue. And they're not going out on Ketch Road and taking a left because you do not live in this area. You're giving me traffic patterns, but you weren't there when there's traffic. So please consider just postponing and look into it. I know that you're saying that the county is not giving us the property, but no one's explored it. So please look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Ma'am, we'll need your name, your address, and you'll need to be sworn in.
Susan McManus Spidell, 91 Ketch Road, Morristown.
Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I will affirm what the last two ladies said. I'm going to ask you to postpone your decision. I think you need to do your due diligence. I don't strongly feel that that has been done. I understand that the planning board doesn't have any right or any power to make the decision over where the access should be. There's several things that haven't been considered. There's no parking signs on Ketch Road, and I will tell you during soccer time, they are parked and double parked going up Ketch Road. Have been for years. It's an issue. Nobody does anything about it. The access, there's an old road that used to go up from the back of that property, up by the old building 1, between that and the dog kennels. I think whoever's responsibility is, whether it's zoning, whichever department it is, you need to do due diligence. You need to speak to the county. Will it cost money? Yes. The county gave you this property for nothing. I think you need to do what's right for the residents, what's right for the people that are going to live there. I heard the sight lines. I live there. I travel that road every day. The sight lines coming out there are not great. So for that reason, I am very concerned about the children. And what is the speed limit on that cute little road going to be? Because I'm here to tell you, nobody is going to be able to move coming out of that road. Somebody's going to get killed. And my other concern, you have the K-turn spot for the fire department. How about those school buses? Where are they going to go? And where are they going to turn around? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'm going to make a motion that we close public commentary.
Mr. Chairman, to close, I'd like to suggest that we ask Mr. O'Shea to submit his comments that he wrote down but wasn't able to give in full to the board so that we could read them.
I appreciate that, Mr. Quill, but as Mr. Alepto seems to be running this meeting with an iron grip, I decline to do so.
Thank you. Okay, you have a motion to close.
I move to close.
Get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Proceed with your,
Summation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Oh, is this one working? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And we will keep this brief thank you. We really do appreciate the extension of time that the board has granted to get us to this point this evening. Just in brief summary, we are again seeking a minor subdivision and preliminary site plan approval only in connection with this 50-unit, 100% affordable housing development. We did hear the thoughtful comments from both the board and the members of the public this evening. And as we previously discussed, we will be back before this board for final site plan. And we certainly have some things to accomplish in that time, which we would with any other application that is treated in this way. So we do appreciate those comments. We did hear them. We do have notes on them, and we will certainly address those that we reasonably can as part of our final site plan application. I did just want to, for the record, run through some conditions that I had written down, which I'm sure Mr. Warner has done as well, but just for the benefit of the board, the applicant is agreeable to working with the planner on the facade of the rear of Building 3. And in addition to that, preparing a design report that addresses not only the redevelopment plan design standards, but also those in the underlying ordinance that are not otherwise superseded by the redevelopment plan. We will inquire with the housing authority about access for pedestrians and also the secondary access for emergency purposes. We will work with the municipality and the municipal engineer related to sidewalks that are off tracked in order to complete the sidewalk along Ketch Road out to Hanover Ave. We will landscape and paint the hot box if we need to even have a hot box. That is something that we will confirm with the water department, and we can certainly work with the board's planner on how that is accomplished as well. And we will provide a fence for the boundary along Lot 4 as was requested by the board's planner. So with those conditions in place, we do think that this application, at least in our opinion, did a great job of complying with the redevelopment plan that was provided for this particular property and that governs this property. We again appreciate all of the comments and will make adjustments prior to preliminary or prior to final site plan to deal with some of the comments that we heard and hopefully present an even better project to the board at that time. So we're thankful for your time this evening. We appreciate the extension and we're hopeful that you vote favorably on this application.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Warner, are there any other stipulation or conditions you want to?
Certainly. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board will be voting on whether or not to approve the minor subdivision as well as the preliminary only major site plan approval, as well as the deviation from MLUL Municipal Land Use Law Section 35 permitting proposed Lot 6 to be a buildable lot that does not front directly on a public street, even though the redevelopment plan permits that deviation. That is the relief that the board is being asked to grant. In addition to that, I'll assume, unless you tell me otherwise, if it's a motion to grant, that it's with all the stipulated two conditions, including those that Ms. Maziak just set forth, as well as compliance, as I understood it, with the requirements of the fire official in his report and of the Southeast Morris County Utility Authority obligations set forth in their report, as well as this is the additional request was made of the board to grant a 1-year extension of the 190-day deadline for filing and recording the minor subdivision deed for the reasons stated. In addition, I understand that the applicant is seeking all outside agency approvals, of course, and will consider the potential extension of the sidewalk along Ketch Road. We have the hot box, the fire hydrant locations were in the fire department's report. And bear with me, extension of milling and paving of the driveway as requested by the engineer, I believe was stipulated to the extent necessary, subject to his review and approval. We have the fence, and I believe Ms. Maziak covered virtually every one of them. Rear work. Maybe I didn't hear it, but the improvement to the rear facade of the three buildings, you said it, okay. Subject to the review and approval of our planner.
Mr. Warner, could you stop for a second? Because what I heard was one building. Are you going to look at all three buildings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Even better.
I always broaden the steps where I can, Mr. Chairman, but I think those were all the conditions that were stipulated to by or on behalf of the applicant. Certainly lighting, also downward lit residential cutoffs on the streetlights as proposed. So again, if it's a motion to grant, I'll assume it's all the relief with all the stipulated two conditions that I just set forth.
Okay, so I'm going to open up to the board for a motion one way or the other, a second, and then we'll go into deliberation discussion. So let's get a motion to get this started.
I'll forward that motion.
I'll second it.
But what is the motion?
The motion is to approve with the stipulations
Thank
as discussed or outlined by our attorney.
And we have a second by Ms. Van Order.
Yes.
Okay, we're open for discussion. So I'll let it be a free flow. Anybody that wants to make a discussion, start at this end and work our way down, or we could start at this end and work our way down, whatever's more comfortable.
Mr. Chairman, I do think we owe it to the people who spent all night here to examine, to go to the county and ask them about whether that can be extended to Hanover Avenue. We have the engineer's opinion that says it won't work. It can be something that can be discussed during the final site plan. But I think we owe it to really investigate the possibility. From what I understand, and maybe it would work, maybe it wouldn't work, but they've asked the question and we didn't have a full answer for it. So I'm thinking that we should at least approach the county and with that possibility and see what they have to say about it.
Thank you, Mr. Benoit. Mr. Quillen?
Well, in my view, the redevelopment plan does not really permit us to do more than to vote up or down the application that's been presented. And the redevelopment plan specifies that the entrance will be on Ketch Road. Now, I can understand an argument that that's not, that wasn't in the best interest of the public. On the other hand, I have walked the property. I've walked the out across the solar field. I've tried to walk up the hill pretty far. I've gone up to the upper part of the county buildings and to the building that's nearest to where proposed building 1 is as you go up the hill. That is a very steep slope going up from that proposed building 1 to the next to the building that currently exists higher up on the hill. That would be, in my view, a very difficult place to build a road. I think the county would think we were kind of nuts to be proposing that. But regardless, our charge is to vote up or down this application. And I think Mr. Warner said if we voted it down based only on where we don't like that we don't like where the driveway is, in spite of the fact that the driveway is specified in the redevelopment plan, that would be extremely difficult to defend.
Thank you.
So I'm in favor of this application, and I think that it's a good one overall.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, you can skip right over me, I'm used to it. Again, I do want to thank everybody for coming out, and it's 20 after 11, and I know some people have left. I totally understand too how many people, I live in Butterworth, so I lived there too for 43 years. I said this the other night at the Township Committee meeting. We raised our 4 kids there. So many of the issues that you bring up are good ones, and they're ones that we should consider and think about. The place that we are now, and I know to a lot of the residents, this feels like it was rushed and it came up and there wasn't a lot of input and but there was behind the scenes. And again, I've only been on since 2022 on the Township Committee, but this all happened way back in 2012 and then continually, even before this particular group came in, the LLC, we had someone else prior to that. So it was constantly being talked about. That being said, I will also say, I think he left, the gentleman who said like maybe not even the planning board, but of course, and the Township Committee. One of the things you've got to realize is that all of us, just like you, we have kids, we've raised kids here. Of course, we think about the kids. When I drove Sussex Avenue all those years before there was a sidewalk, and especially watched the rabbinical college families walking with all these little kids, I thought, oh my God, how did there never be an accident here with these little kids like walking. We got that done. So I know it's frustrating at times, and there are people here thinking, this is going to be put in our neighborhood. There's going to be a lot more traffic. Trust me, we are always looking to do what we can to make sure that the township is safe. We care very much about the residents and the kids. I think, I forget who it was who came up and said about they wish they knew more about civics. I urge everybody, learn more about civics, and it takes a lot of time. For the people in this room and the people who come out, whether it's a planning board meeting or to the township committee, we love that because you do care and you're taking the time. And even if you come and you don't know much about the subject or what's happening, learn about it, because then that will help us make better decisions. But again, if you have all the input that we've had, this is a good plan for these 50 units. It could have been entirely different. So therefore, I would vote to support it.
Thank you. Mr. Ravitz?
It's going to be hard to top what Mayor Gariglia just said. She just said it so eloquently. We do deliberate on the township committee, and we do deliberate here on the dais on the planning board. We do care. We are, every one of us, volunteers and residents of the township. And we are looking out for, not for his neighborhood or her neighborhood or any of their neighborhoods or my neighborhood. We're looking for the town and what is in the best interest of the taxpayers of the town, and how can we make the decisions, the tough decisions that we need to make, so we're not kicking the can down the road, to another governing body or another planning board to, clean up a mess that we did not take care of. And if we don't go forward with this 50 units of affordable housing, we are going to create such a mess for the township that we would be hated everywhere. This is a good plan. I am for it. I am completely sympathetic to all the concerns of the residents. And as the mayor said, we need to hear from the residents. It makes us better at what we do. And so I want to thank you for your passion and commitment to coming out here today. This is something that is very serious. And I know that, in the fourth round, we're going to see much more of this and the traffic, safety, whatnot. And as it was explained at the township committee meeting, these things the state does not care about. We as the municipality are charged with that. And as we move forward with every community that we build or redevelop here, that becomes our responsibility. And we are looking out for you, whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat or you're independent. We up here, we are just Morris Township.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just a quick comment. So as you've heard from everyone up here, our authority is limited to an up or down vote. And as a result of that, given that this application is for preliminary approval, I'm inclined to give the yes vote on that. However, the applicant, I hope you listen carefully to some of the comments, which were very legitimate in terms of what might be considered going forward towards the final approval, particularly the comments about ingress and egress via Hanover Avenue. That's not something that this planning board could take on, but I think those are legitimate questions that you all could ask and engage the county about. But as I said, my vote is yes at this preliminary stage, but at the final stage, you're going to be held accountable in terms of what have you done since this meeting to see if there are potentially some other opportunities that could have been explored.
Thank you. Okay, then we're going to ask for a roll call. We have a motion and a second. That's okay.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Van Order.
Yes.
Mr. Nunn,
Yes.
Mr. Rabbit,
Under the circumstances, yes.
Mr. Benoit,
Yes.
Mr. Quillen,
Yes.
Mr. Regia,
Yes.
Mr. Alexis.
Yes. Thank you. Good luck, applicant.
Thank you
I
very
think
much.
you've heard from the board. Good luck, and hopefully when you come back, we'll see some modifications that we could feel good about. I'm going to ask that we table the other legislative matters. It's on the agenda. I don't know if there is any report, but let's push it aside. And I'd like to open up the floor for public comments. We are still in session, so I ask you if you do leave, to leave quietly. Do we have any comments from the public on any other matter from a planning board perspective? Seeing none, I'm going to,
Comments?
yes. You're
Well,
more-
this is my first time attending one of these meetings.
Would you come up to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, we're not done until everybody's done.
I'm sorry, I wouldn't have gotten up that way. I was
Okay,
taught
go
better
ahead.
than
We
that.
have public comments. You state your name and your address.
My name is Francina H. Sapp, Reverend Sapp, and my address is 97 Ketch Road.
Mr. Warner, does this need to be a sworn? No, this is just comments. Go right ahead, ma'am.
All right, my comment is that I enjoyed the meeting, even though a lot I was learning because it was my first time. And a lot of information I really listened to, and a lot of comments that were made, I did jot them down and I didn't have to repeat it because somebody answered it for me. But I wanted to say that the housing situation is needed so very badly. My heart grieves when I see the young people who go to college and come home and can't find a place to stay because the rent is so high. And they can't get jobs that they want until they get some more experience where they could afford a house or a rented house. They have to end up staying with mommy and daddy. And mommy and daddy, you want them to move, but where they gonna move? And so I was just pleased to hear what was going on about the housing. Of course, there's a lot of other problems I know you have to consider because I live on Ketch Road and I see all the traffic, especially around, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock? It's horrendous. But I feel that somehow or another, if we put our heads together, you all are so smart, we can do something. We just pray over it because I'm a prayer warrior.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
I guess that's the end of it.
Is there any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I'm going to ask that we close the public commentary.
So
I'm
moved.
going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved. I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.